All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, good morning. You see, I'm the reason why the program was dragged, and so I want to duly apologize for that. So please, good morning once again. And I apologize for that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here for a very important meeting. And I want you first of all to put your hands together for being part of history being made this morning right here. And so my name is Kojo Mensah, and today I am so excited to be doing this with
Natalie Ford. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. We are grateful to have your company for what is the Maiden Women in Sustainability Africa Summit, and of course the launch. This is set to be a historic event, honoring women in sustainability, celebrating women in sustainability. So thank you all so much for being here, and get ready for an exciting day.
Indeed, you need to get ready for an exciting day, because we are not just celebrating women. We have seen a lot of initiatives that seek to empower women, but this one is with a difference. And so I'd like you to put your hands together for yourselves. Yeah, for being part of it today. You know, today is not an ordinary day. In Ghana, it is Workers' Day. And so I see a lot of workers also gathered here, and we want to say Aiko to all of you. You've done so well, and Mother Ghana appreciates all that you do. I've seen a litany of amazing people, very notable faces, and I've seen from clergy to business to politics to whatever it is. And ladies and gentlemen, within the course of the program, we'll be acknowledging all of you here, one after the other. But it's very important that we start with prayer. Natalie?
It certainly is, Joshua. It's very, very important that we begin by inviting the presence of the Lord. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, shall we make welcome Bishop Ansah, General Overseer of Eternal Life Church, Ghana, UK, and USA. A round of applause for him.
Please put your hands together for the man of God, an international man of God with extraordinary anointing.
Please, let's be upstanding as we give reverence to God for taking up this program. The reason we have to begin with prayer, it's because this idea is a God-given idea. John the Baptist said in John 3:27, except it be given from above, no man can receive. And we thank God that today is enforced because of one idea God gave to one woman. Bow down your heads, let's pray. Father in heaven, we ascribe glory and praise to your holy name, because you gave this idea to your handmaiden, Nanaya Sapon. Bible says every good and every perfect gift comes from above. And as we celebrate this idea, we pray for comprehension, that your people gathered in here will understand the information, the concepts, the ideas that are being conveyed in this very program, Women in Sustainability Africa. We pray for revelation, a deep-seated understanding that will cause us to apply and implement the ideas and concepts shared. We pray for safety to everyone gathered in here, even those on their way coming, that today this program will be characterized by the peace of God that passes all understanding. We pray for easiness of delivery. And we also pray that no weapon fashioned against this day shall prosper, that your will shall come through and your people will be blessed. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Bishop Ansa, for that very powerful prayer. An excellent way to get the day started. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is talked about the world over, isn't it, Joshua?
It is.
But here at the Women in Sustainability Africa, we are walking the talk, yes? So tell us how.
Right, so we're walking the talk in the way and manner that I'm sure you're wondering, how come you're not seeing water around you in a plastic bag that later would now enter the sea because it's not well disposed of? We are trying to protect our planet and make sure. You see, now Ghana is hot. Am I lying? Ghana is really, really hot, and it's because we have also contributed in one way or the other. So we've made available dispensers all around. So anytime you want to take water, you feel like refreshing yourself, the ashes will lead you to the dispensers so that you just get your water. So that we do not have, at the end of the day, so much plastic that we would, and our fishes are feeding on plastic. So when we are also feeding on the fishes, we are feeding on what? You see, it's bad, right? And so here at Women in Sustainability Africa, we are walking the talk like Natalie said. And so if you want water, just speak to our ushers. They'll lead you to where the dispensers are, and then you can refresh yourself. But all this we're seeing here today is as a result of a woman who decided to listen to God. A woman who bore a vision and decided that this vision will not die with me. I will share it with the world. Natalie.
Absolutely, Joshua, it is. And she's got a long and rich profile. And of course, that's in the person of Nana Ya Sarpong. We'll be reading out that profile because it's rich. And you need to hear everything that she's been doing in Ghana and across the world, and why she stands so strongly as an advocate for women and sustainability. And as we get started, Joshua.
You know, I'm excited. And I know all of you are also excited to hear the profile. But before then, before Jesus Christ was who? Who prepared for Jesus? And so, ladies and gentlemen, with a singular honor and a rousing applause, let's welcome the man, Nana Kwame Adasa, to lay the foundation as we welcome the woman whose vision has led to us gathering here this morning. And please, be very careful. The guy has words that can cut. Ladies and gentlemen, Nana Kwame Adasa.
Ago. Obahi mama mini kamechia. Mamunyi na achi. Ana mempoto. Mempoto ana minchi. Yes, if you are in Tipoto, Nasa Mammy, my friend to my dear. Obame by me, Fras and Timon Pombano. Manum timid in Potompoto. And to Miss Rosa, Wadaro Mamecoputa, Namas and Nacopoto. And to Moma Minchi. Never be a more cranny fro cucci, old trouble of Wedra. No choma now bacucci. And to Moma Minchi. Ago. The friend Madasa. Mamma can't send me catch and say, Kwame, baby, a woman or your own Nadiasa. Enti won someone wo kan nyina no wache kra waka no baako mienu miensa enti me ba me nsem no me kan bebre maka baako mienu ene miensa e ka bia fa ma mama mo kan asem bi mo se ajabi wo ajabi ti asana me boa nanso ena bi wo a yanka sa asem no ase kire sei ne te se e maaye baako pe oba da mufua ya mama tumi Kaneno na emaduru baabi a na yesi emfo mo hye bokase na yenja mema na woro mo nko school na yensesa nkwan ye nkwan ma mema mo kwan na yenkyere mo kwan nanso ema na hu kwan nti ema ne se ni wo mo ankasa be no nkwan da pato mo kra nti yema ma kwan ebradu se ma ya ma mo kwan mu kra tumi ene mu kra kukuduro nti ema ni bebro kra na mo se efro mu oduro nanso ade ba kwa ma suro nso be no mo oduro nti ene be ka asem bi ede ahye ma nkran empempi ya na tore bia na mema ne keka nsem bi se ye de ba bia aduru ne ye ne kwantempon ye ne edi kan obema bi de ne sabo no bokasa mi odi ahenkan nenso me so apakan nenso ho na ye de mema ne tena so mo di kan eye ma nipa bebre eduru ba bia aya ne adwen se ma ka echi e ma nya ka echi ene o hwese ne no ma sikono a etore bi na mi hu oba bi na so nsem so ansem a madamfo bia mi hu no kura na bia na ntiri mu aso na no me bisa no nam sabayi wa wotin wo se wote ka so a And I'm saying, no, maybe I'll be on Crahokra, say, can so Eswa. Na mama can't send me. Madam for Biano, dear Gata, Catram said, Kwame, what in I'm cemetery bompata. Or say, Kwame, baby, a wobano, a braboni, you went into me, so me baby town, Namsu Babiana meetings on my bopata. Mammy, I'm waiting to my madam for Agata to Bataba and Crambetrana to Mota, knowing that you be declared this year, man of Fanta. Nadam for be crying out in Hokobon or was Wodo, Catanano Metia near so Adenta. No croway into who are no bonus wakata. Sankagata to Bompata no news said Juma or Nankagata and Suyan or your ban or didn't say in Bois. Casamna Casantini Baba were you for you and Casamna Cocranquanta. Next year you mark a crabia yeja dia mamma. And you manina, Yadini Nakoma Mema, and see a Jenny Nadia mamma. Nesumane Hiffy. Mema me abrago Catram said Kwame, who son and I'm to say the Kojo Conongo. Near Chaquan the Codamango, Samra now Mammy and Tiago Namingo. Na yeti asante atumagogo abrabon mi yedia ma papa kra se tere bi ne ebon pisi onyeska kra ma mam nkotongo enso ma me ya abrago ni misa abrabon o hwa o mpese bego edi ama me na na kwame adesentu misua no wode meto ne nsa so ma me obatan obompa ye de to me so o pesofu bi ma ne bon hirasem de gumi so o se kwame tere bi papa timi dan nyina na o tini so na ni so nenso kwame na de teme sori ana me ma wo so asema na o kan nyina tere se o peso ono so timi so ne baba so ne baba ma so no obenyini Yet, man, I tell me I will do some pomponsui. Next year, the credit in now come my mamma. And now, Crowcas and mammy bones soon. Next, hope Papa Wabbit too. Next, I cranny soon. A brother you say, mamma to me. Name my picture, name my trip. And now, Munquasha, ye will rush with the fee. Say, mamma to me, son echo. Mammy Mensa. What I mean, no way she had that. And the means of economy and some medical can, if you are own friend grandson. Then some men some better church in now over Tias answer. As someone person me trying to say, ma to me. Now, son, I'm a con mammy men, some of fan crabbing tow. Oka catch on my penina mammy. A quiet in a day in my year, Kuya Debaco. None of me confronted their memory can anonymity. No one can asante, but no one can infanti. Metenis on can I say, the only in a son of Coco Egalam see. Me, when I wanted to say, but some of the normal catchers I hear you can see, but you can't see. And I may share the mammy paper, and I'm trying to say, I'm too to say Galam see. Now, who catch us and now come here doesn't have seen to me by me Babica. As someone making United, my boyfriend near Frenata. Mammy means so saying an opposite I get to so for the atta. None across the sun, I don't so persuade Tony to say Kofi Canata. And I may come across and make her which a Pietro Martin or Galensa says, and cook school crunkles now what is matter. Macatans are Tassi uncles now what is matter. Or so brought take about your own matter. But some walk a man with the copies or the gun at data, one more Galensa says Pietro Martin. And one more classroom what is matter, not as a gunner, we need to address this matter. And yes, our man, but be on the back of a vegeta. And I got saying, it's so be a buyer mechanical Cassibum, no more say, name Crackle Mukosku Cran also. And as a Sian and Craning now, Madame Fubia or no hotel Blecuma. None was what the John Kuma when Yakuma, a woman at Jumasan Conquer, and then when Yakuma, Yadumaka Cran, what to come. But be a watching now what the Mabruni in other doing their Quacomasa by man at Jumanens, one can say man at Juma when Yakuma, and tell him some say him for a man who my young man Mukasa Memete day, so Mukasa tell Memman say, a bread you say, say, man, Musmunya to me on betting ACCRA gun echo. Mamma Gana cried the cat. Say, Mabrina, Yana, Mania, said the cat. Madame forbid the Aka bomb was an order at Abraca, some Namsumita Beca. Men Antifra Beca between in Chenwa Abraca, me buy in bed, make an anonymous Micras one in my yaka. As some American, Miss Madame Fuaka, they say, or the Momo for Africa, America. But we are walking in Yashas of Babeca. And your Mabruna, Muko in Free Africa, in America, in yes, if you are Ghana, and you name no man at the Canto, one person better than the Canto, Munacopi America. And Tia Nay, and Crammed in some Mauno. Send a Mabruna soon numro. Mamma, Moya Batam, Mabruna drama, no more way than I time to set your Bahima. None of Misha Madame will be no more butchy tea to satire. And the Mabrunus so in some and the Madame for solo and trafficking to polo, winning polo. Or no Casan Sabra Bona is slow, and when you're obedient to Boko, you know Samba Muru. Come yada and yes, if you are Pecas and Emoyanam Croton to Sansan Boom and the Tram and Sansan and Zen and no Mexicono. About time and Mamma Solen and Cassa, one here, man, crab, your bedroom cranum, or money and pay. Mammy, money about time we am paying for, and then your cost word we see. About time you buy him for, more sorrow canamon Cassa, Moncantra, mine and crowd, what say, but be a gun and we are in Econo. So one show a bravo ya. one who be catchy, and then they cost we. Otu wani one ten video swa. And Mabunu ma yama mutumi grow when the one go to ma for so no on fa bra for. E me fa de no akobo fafa. Amen abraba we ente second fa. O kan asem kra won fa. Enti e matan, mo sore waka. Me ma me kasa nche. Mo atena se ache. Mo me fa ni die ma ni me ne na me ne gamanche. Won de onim sa ne de hye ne me nse me ban kan na me kasa kra na me fon wo de beche. Nanso me ba e matuma ni ma hu se nipa ba ko pe na hyeche. Enti papa wo hyeche me ma nkra na me fansi. Me nse ma bre kan se onimunyamfo. Masem ba ko pe na me di jawo. Na wo so kwa wo so aka tere ma asem ba ko pe. Ene Ghana e mabru no ye pa adwuma ye pe nkoso ye pe yedie na ni nyina beba mu a na abatanya nyankropon twedi ampon o yirika yirida de brown kan nyankropon twedi ampon o kintin nyansambo akwa nyame a wodo ne bo ase de nyanse nwanwere ma ama nyansambo akwa ofira ada akwa asi akwa koto damem na akroma kra wote ne kwakwanti ye frɛ ma nyansambo akwa no wo se ebredu se ma matumi enti utumi awo no pone kakra ma nye hu se Ghana ensesa abusia midini nana kwame adasa piao
Nanaya Sewa Sapon is a multi-award-winning media practitioner and entrepreneur, international trade and business consultant, humanitarian, women and sustainability advocate, marketing and communication practitioner, and a minister of the gospel. She also lectures in international marketing, entrepreneurship and leadership, a woman and youth empowerment coach, a writer, and an agricultural and social impact enthusiast. Nanaya has a rich, diverse experience and education in various sectors, successfully creating and growing brands, including prominent media brands. The astute media and business professional is currently celebrating her 26 years of media practice and 18 years of empowering women. Nanaya's infectious passion, leadership and consistency and informative results throughout her media career has contributed immensely in shaping Ghana's media landscape. Nana started off her career as a TV presenter with Fonton from TV in 1999. She then moved on to work with Crystal TV. In February 2011, Nanaya joined Africa's media powerhouse, Multimedia Group Limited, as channel manager for 3 brands, Cine Afrique, the Jesus Channel, and the groundbreaking Children's Channel for Kids Channel, and won several awards with these brands. All these channels eventually merged into Joy Prime Channel, which she set up and managed from March 2015 to September 2019. Under her management, Joy Prime was amongst the top 3 TV stations in Ghana, fast becoming one of Africa's most loved television brands. Nanaya is also credited with acquisition and setup of media brands such as Xylophone Media Group, including Xylophone TV and Xylophone FM Takrady, and consulted for media brands including Angel TV and Wesleyan TV. Nanaya is currently the general manager of Ghana's prominent media group EIB Network. These significant achievements for the past 26 years have won her the admiration of the industry and garnered her numerous notable awards in media, business, and gender advocacy. Currently a student of Ghana School of Law, she holds a joint MBA in International Trade from Anhalt University, Germany, and Ghana Communication Technology University of Ghana, LLB Law degree in Mancrest University, Ghana, Chartered Postgraduate Diploma in Marketing, CIM, UK, BSc Business Administration, Business and Finance, University of Ghana Business School, Legon. It is evident for all to know that Nanaya Sewa Sapo's life is one of faith, impact, innovation, resilience, creativity, sacrifice, and passion for supporting women. And it is this drive that has led her to establish the great vision of Women in Sustainability, Africa, WISA, with the ultimate goal of empowering all women and women groups in Africa to get involved and accelerate the achievement of the SDGs by 2030. Nanaya believes that the nation's economic prosperity depends on the productivity and the capacity of a full labor force where both genders, men and women, have equal opportunities and operate at near optimal levels.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's welcome our convener this morning, Nana Ya Sewa Sapo. Please, you can do better for her. The vision bearer.
Shall I be joined upstage by my steering committee? Please let's give them a round of applause.
Please, let's celebrate them as they join her on stage. The industrious women and men making this possible for us. Women in Sustainability Africa.
Hallelujah. We give God all the glory. And as I always say when I mount any stage, whether in Ghana or anywhere in the world I'm invited to speak, I always thank God for my life. I don't take living for granted. The gift of life every day. And I thank God for the life of every soul in this room. Let us not take life for granted. And let us make our life count before we leave this earth. Amen. The Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, my very own sister, the Honorable Momo Lartey, the Honorable Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability, my big brother, the Honorable Issifu Seidu, His Excellency Prince Adewole Adebayo, the flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party of the Republic of Nigeria, the deputy, yes, all the way from Nigeria. This vision has traveled far. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy CEO of Maslock, who is here representing Honorable Abigail Mensah. Our very own Queen Mothers, who are in the house, here to support our gender minister, our Queen Mothers from Adan, and all over the country who are here. Bishop Yoansa, my very own uncle, and also Bishop. You know that I am a pastor, and this man ordained me, this great man. For everybody who is here, you are very distinguished. Forgive me if I couldn't mention all of your names. But welcome this morning to this great ceremony. This morning's event must be one full of inspiration for all of us. When Bishop was sharing the prayer, he mentioned something which is so critical, that this started as an idea. So if there's one thing that you will take away after all the technical knowledge and all the things that we learned today, know this, that all you need to succeed in life is an idea. You must not think about where you find the money to do it. Just do it. The moment you do it, you pray about it, you will find helpers. And that is why today I'm surrounded by my steering committee. Please, shall we give a round of applause to them? They have supported in strength. They have supported in wisdom. They have also supported me financially. And to that, I am grateful. These are great men and women, great men and women in their own standing. Very outstanding people who have committed to support. And they are teaching us something. That when we come together, great things like this can happen. I want to welcome you all to the new movement to close the SDG gaps. The idea of Women in Sustainability Africa came across when I started researching towards my PhD. By practice, I always like to plan ahead. So even to choose of research, I was still researching around several areas. Then I discovered that women have not been involved much in the sustainability efforts towards the achievement of the SDG goals. There are various classes of women who are doing some things in sustainability areas, but they are working in silos. Then there are women who have no idea what the sustainability or the SDG goals are all about. There are also women who are doing something in these areas, but do not know how to align themselves towards the achievement of the SDGs. Then the issue of being able to track and report the contribution of these women towards the achievement of the SDG goals, so that we will know that we have achieved a certain percentage by certain periods. So it was important to set up this organization to bring all these women together. And that is every woman, every women group, CSOs, and institutions that are promoting the feminine or women, or the women agenda. By this organization, we seek to develop very new initiatives and catalytic ideas that would help us close the gender gap, inequality gap, and also for us to be able to close the SDGs gap. And how are we doing this? So first, the overall vision is to bring all women together. We know that women are number one when it comes to ethical leadership. So who best to commit sustainability to? That women can help us all, both men and women, to leave this world in a better place than we came to meet it for generations unborn. Now, in achieving this vision, we must understand the plight of the woman. The gender inequality gap still exists and staring us in the face. So we ask ourselves, how are we going to close it unless we use new initiatives? We cannot do the same thing and expect different results. There's been several efforts to close the gap, but we haven't been able to achieve much. So this morning, we are launching Women in Sustainability Africa, the gender inequality gap ideas are made up of two approaches. The first is that we want everyone to gain a new perspective on the reason why we must empower women. And we call it the business case. So that we understand that gender empowerment or empowering women is not an emotional appeal, but that it makes sense. It is factual and it is practical. One, women are a source of labor. If we take the labor force in any country, there are two. We have men and we have women. Now, where men or women, let's say women make a majority part of the population, about 50%, then it makes sense to invest in women. The quality capacity building of women so that they can contribute more to the economy. The second aspect, because once we get into the panel session, we'll break it down. But celebrating women as a source of labor also means understanding that the contribution of women, even in the house, is labor. That it is not only what we have put money on, that is labor, but everything that we expend our energy on. And this can help us to better appreciate the efforts of women and help us to be able to empower them. The second reason why we want to help close the gender inequality gap, or the second idea that we have to close the gender inequality gap, is the fact that, or the idea that, we want the next move of women empowerment to become men standing side by side with women. And I believe today we have made history. This is only one forum that I have been, that I'm seeing a lot of men in a women events program. This is the idea we are launching. That from now on, in our churches, in our associations, in our workplaces, in our communities, because we have our queens here, we must preach this gospel. That when God created the earth, he empowered both the man and the woman together and said, be fruitful, multiply, and take dominion. He did not do it for only one gender. It was for both. And he left this beautiful world in the hands of both. Therefore, a woman can stand on their feet. If the gender inequality gap can be closed, it cannot be done by only women alone. No wonder we've not been able to close the gender inequality gap. But if we stand together, there is strength in numbers. There is strength in two people coming together to formulate ideas and to execute ideas. This is the new beginning of gender empowerment. A new wave that from this room we must take away to the ends of the world and propagate it all over Africa. That is why this is an Africa agenda. That we need to stand with our men. No antagonism. The door of success we seek to enter as women, the men are holding the keys to the room. If we fight with them, how will we enter the room? But if we support each other, if we create understanding between each other, they will give us the key, and we will make a copy of the key. Then we can also have access to the room at all times. It makes sense, right? That's the power of an idea. And if we take this idea into all our institutions, everywhere, we stay humble to each other, we stay committed to each other, both men and women. There is no need. Beyond this life, there is nothing. All we have is this life. So why don't we leverage it and make the best out of it? The key to bridging the gender inequality gap is men standing side by side with women, and the recognition of women as source of labor, so that if the country, if Ghana, if Africa invest in these women, there will be a return on investment. If the woman was a subsistence farmer, now she will be doing industrial farming. That is a higher productivity and a higher capacity. And the GDP will now improve. The nation will not be only relying on the majority of men and the few women who have been able to lift themselves up. But every woman will be lifted up. And then the country can have its full labor force at optimal capacity. As I bring this speech to an end, I would like to thank every one of you. I would like to thank our partners. And I'll mention Maslow. I'll mention Pegasus Realty. I'll mention Jospon Group and our supporters like Jospon Group, the Methodist Church Ghana, which I've worked with before, as you saw in my profile. And I would like to also thank, of course, the Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, the Ministry for Climate Change and Sustainability, the Honorable Rashid Pelpuo, who will join us very soon. He's at the May Day Parade, the Labor Ministry, the Ministry for Labor, Jobs and Employment. I want to thank the UN Global Compact. UN Global Compact team, I believe you are around. All those who have supported us, if I have forgotten you, please forgive me. I would love to thank a very special thank you to my multimedia family, that even though I'm not with multimedia anymore, they still remember me and they supported this cause so much. GBC, the Director General, we give thanks to you. Metro TV and, of course, my own network, EIB Network. Please come and do business with the EIB Network. I thank all of you for being here, for our chairman, for flying in all the way from Nigeria, my sister, Dr. Adewole, coming in all the way from Washington. This woman is amazing with her CWT network. This is the first time, you won't believe this is the first time we are meeting in person, but we've been working together on projects for many months. That is how it is. Let us all come together as women. If we are calling the men to join us, then it means we must even stick together even more. Let us be there for each other. Not everybody, every tree is the same. Let's cover up for each other's strengths. Let's cover up for each other's weaknesses. We give God the glory for today. Enjoy the day and take the message home right after here. God bless you. Thank you.
Resounding round of applause for our convener, Nana Yasewa Sapong. When you have an idea, don't think about how. Just run with it. Just get it done. And you certainly have done that. We're grateful to God for you and for this all-important initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we celebrate her again with a round of applause? We're talking sustainability, and we certainly cannot do so without the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Honorable Issifu Seidu. A round of applause for him, please, as we view his rich profile and welcome him on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's receive the Honorable Minister to give us his speech now. You see, he's one of the innovations of this administration. President Mahama says he puts so much premium on sustainability, and then he set up a ministry to oversee that. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today is a very unique day for us. Before I deliver my speech, I just want to thank Nana Yasewa Sapong for bringing us here today, and also to say that we should stand side by side with women. I want to throw my weight heavily behind that. Except that he said the women would duplicate the key. That is the only point that I have a challenge with her. I don't know whether this key is going to be duplicated without permission, or the women are going to steal the key with pride and duplicate it. On this note, I want to say a very big thank you, first and foremost, to the men who are here to stand side by side with our women. You can never go wrong if you stand side by side with a woman. You can never go wrong if you support a woman. I have practical examples that I can share with you on many, many occasions that I've seen women being supported and they turn their idea around to success and growth and benefit at all times. My short story is that I had a lady in my office that I used to work in. This lady was promoted to become an accountant of an organization. And the lady came to tell me that, boss, I'm not sure I can do this job. And I said, wait a minute, why can't you do the job? She said she is afraid. Why are you afraid? She had no reason. But I said, go and do it. Make a mistake and come back. You'll be corrected. Go and do it. And I can tell you that today the woman is a chartered accountant and heading that institution. So you can never go wrong if you support a woman. Today we are celebrating women, and I'm proud to be part of this history. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor to stand before you today at this inaugural Women in Sustainability Africa Summit launch. This summit provides us with an invaluable platform to reflect on and take action towards promoting the critical role that women play in both labor and agents of sustainability in Africa. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to express my deepest appreciation to my fellow special guests of honor. The representative of Honorable Rashid Pelpuo, I understand he is on the way coming. The Minister for Labor, Jobs, and Employment. The Honorable Momo, Lartey, Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Your presence today underscores our shared commitment to advancing gender equality and social inclusion. I am also privileged to acknowledge Her Excellency Adewole Taylor. I understand she'll be joining us via Zoom, the former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Your long-standing advocacy for women empowerment and your leadership are truly inspiring, and we are grateful to have you join us today. A special thanks to you, the organizers, the League of Extraordinary Women Network, Women in Sustainability Africa, the ERB Network, the UN Global Compact, for bringing us all here today for this important occasion. Your commitment to advancing gender equity and driving sustainability is both commendable and vital for the growth of our continent. In Africa, women have always been the backbone of our communities, playing key roles in agriculture, health, education, and formal economy. However, their contributions remain undervalued and underappreciated in many ways. You see that at our homes, our mothers, our women, labor, they do a lot to support families. And the work they do, to a large extent, we don't put value on it. Sometimes men will tell their wives that I go out to bring the money to put food on the table. What do? Forgetting that the woman is the one who turns the money around to make a meal for you and take care of the kids. So this is the point we find ourselves in. What do we do to empower women? Women need economic empowerment. Women cannot be in sustainability if they are not economically empowered. And by sustainability, we are looking at the things that they have to do to ensure that we are productive, to ensure that the environment is sound, to ensure that in an attempt to solve our problems, we do not endanger future generations. Sustainability is all about doing things, solving your problems today, and making sure that future generations do not suffer as a result of that. So this job can only be given to women. This job can only be given to women. So I want to use this opportunity to call on all men to support women in sustainability Africa. My ministry, my office is going to stand by you. We are going to support you in diverse ways. The initiatives that you will churn out, I can promise you that we are going to stand by you to make sure that this idea becomes a big thing. Small little idea that she had has brought us here today. So I want to say that myself and my team will stand solidly behind this idea to make sure that we get it to a successful level. Today, as we launch WISA, we take a stand to change that. Women are not just a part of the labor force. They are the driving force behind our sustainable future. From climate adaptation to community development, women's roles are not only vital, but critical to achieving sustainable development goals. As we move forward, it is important to recognize that sustainability is inherent and inherently linked to gender equality. We cannot achieve lasting environmental and economic stability unless we address the gender imbalances that still exist in many sectors of our economy and in many sectors of our lives. Women inclusion is not just about ensuring equal rights. It is about ensuring a better future for all. When women are empowered, their ability to contribute to both economic and environmental sustainability is significantly enhanced. WISA's vision to establish a resource and research center dedicated to tracking and promoting women's contributions to sustainability could not be a mere time. By ensuring that the voices and contributions of women are adequately recognized and supported, we can build more inclusive and effective sustainability framework. I am proud to see the initiative by WISA to lead the way in collecting and sharing this important data. It is only by having a clear understanding of the realities on the ground that we can develop policies that serve everyone, especially women who have long been at the forefront of the fight for sustainable future. My office remains committed to collaborating with all stakeholders to support women leadership in climate action and sustainability development. Today, as we witness the launch of WISES Summit, we also reaffirm our commitment to gender-responsive policies and initiatives that will create a more just, equitable, and resilient society for all. We must continue to work together across governments, organizations, communities, to ensure that women's voices are heard and their contributions are valued. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my deepest admiration for the women here today and across Africa who continue to lead in various fields. Your tireless efforts, whether in agri, entrepreneurship, advocacy, or climate action, are shaping a more sustainable and equitable world. May this summit inspire more action, foster greater collaborations, and further elevate the recognition of women's crucial roles in sustainability. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this opportunity once again to throw a challenge to the many men who are here and those who are watching us on TV and other networks. The challenge we have for you today is that sustainability is critical, is crucial for our forward march. Whatever we do, we must make sure that the environment is safe. Any action that we engage in, we have to make sure that that action is a sustainable one. It is environmentally friendly. It is an action that will stand the test of time. Today, even in businesses, people are talking about sustainability. Okay? It will get to a point that if a business is not sustainable, does not have sustainability initiative, that business would not stand the test of time. That business will not attract funding. So that is where we find ourselves today. And that is why His Excellency John Dramani Mahama decided to focus on climate change and sustainability. And the focus is for him to give leadership, to give direction to initiatives that CSOs, that companies, that government agencies try to initiate to solve our current problems. In an attempt to solve problems, we have to make sure that future generations are yet to come. And once they are yet to come, we have to make sure that whatever we do today does not affect them tomorrow. And that is what women in sustainability is all about. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to pledge my support to this organization, to this initiative, and to say that we will continue to stand by you. We will continue to stand side by side by you to ensure that this idea continues to grow and make an impact in our communities. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability. He's also the Member of Parliament for Naragu. Honorable Issifu Seidu, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, the former member of parliament for Nairobi. And the most important part is that he has declared his assets. Successfully. Yeah. So he's a very, an MP who follows procedure. And he's very passionate about climate change. Very passionate also about women. And how many he for she's are here? The men who are supporting women. Let me see your hands up. If you're a proud he for she, put your hands together for yourself. Hey, I'm seeing women putting their hands together. You are she for she already. Come on. Hey, I've seen Doctor also here. Doc, hello. Please, let's put our hands together. Amazing woman doing amazing things. And that is what WISA stands for. Celebrating and also empowering women who are already doing amazing things to do more, and those who are yet to start to also get the mentorship and support that they need. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from one of our very own. Her ministry anchors on what we are doing here today. She is described as a mother figure for a lot of people. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection, the Honorable Agnes Momo Lartey. Put your hands together for her one more time. Let's celebrate a giant in the industry. Please keep clapping for her till she gets to the podium. And the people of Crow say they are proud of you, Ma.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I like that. Most often when you greet, the response is quite low, but this was, in fact, refreshing. Your Excellencies, the flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party of Nigeria, colleague minister, special guest, Nime, Name, our dear convener, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot leave out the media. I have come to learn one thing from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And that is, with his remarks, after his remarks or opening remarks, he pleads our indulgence to inflict his speech on us. I will follow suit and make an opening remark before I inflict my speech on you. And the first one is, I think it's something I want to add to perfect what my sister said. And that is on the issue of having numbers. Somebody told me in my political career, on our campaign trail, she said to me, Honorable, continue to remain focused, because we've always known that in politics and in many fields, you need numbers. But like lottery, in lottery, not all the numbers win. So you need the most significant numbers. It is good we have the men here in their numbers, but we want to make sure that they are numbers that understand this good cause and will bring the needed win so we can achieve our aim. In addressing the gaps, you want almost everybody on board to make the work easier and much smoother for you. But we should also bear in mind to watch out for what the numbers are in terms of the gender aggregation. Let's also watch out for where each of the sexes are. How many are there and what they are doing, so that in getting the many people into the needed spaces, the numbers will be meaningful and really significant for our cause. I also want to say to us, and because I see a lot of young ladies here, that sometimes you might not even find where the men are hiding the key. I just want to tell you, don't wait to make a copy. Be the original, because we bring something unique to the table. I'm just adding that to make my sister's case stronger. If you get to a place that there is no key and you can't get one yourself, break the door if you have to. It is good to get everybody's buy-in, but like she's done with this seed, she started, even though there were hurdles on the way. And because I have been with her from the very onset, I know the many hurdles on the way we had encountered. It is good to get everybody on board, but it is even better to start, and all others will see and buy into it. We are starting this way. I can't say we are starting small. When you turn around, you see we are starting big. Clap for yourselves. I pray that a year by this time when we gather again, it's going to be bigger and better, and we will recount our story. You are part of history, and be glad you are here and part of history. It is with a deep sense of responsibility that I join you today at the launch of the Women in Sustainability Africa, WISA, a timely and bold initiative that speaks directly to the hearts of our national and continental development aspiration. We gather here under the theme, Charge Towards Accelerating Growth for the Achievement of the SDGs. A reminder that the SDGs will remain a dream deferred unless we acknowledge, invest in, and mobilize the power and potential of women. It is a vision anchored on unity, recognition, and collaboration. The ministry fully endorses the principles upon which WISA is established. Across the continent, women are emerging as formidable agents of change, driving innovations in clean energy, fostering resilient communities, safeguarding biodiversity, and championing climate justice. Their voices, once marginalized, are now pivotal in steering towards a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit signifies more than an event. It heralds a movement, a collective commitment to recognizing that true sustainability is unattainable without gender equity. As we embark on this journey, we must acknowledge the unique challenges women face in sustainability or sustainability efforts, and the vast opportunities that lie ahead for growth and innovation. The government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, has been unwavering in its dedication to integrating gender perspectives into our national development agenda. The National Gender Policy 2015 serves as a cornerstone outlining strategies to empower women, including those with disabilities, ensuring they have access to secure livelihoods and economic opportunities while actively transforming inequitable gender relations to enhance women's status relative to men. In alignment with global initiatives, Ghana has developed a national framework and toolkit for engaging men and boys on gender equality. This framework provides guidelines for engaging men and boys as advocates for change, challenging societal norms, and combating the inequalities faced by women and girls. The recent passage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024 marks a significant milestone in our journey towards gender equity. The legislation paves the way for increasing women's participation in decision-making and creating a conducive environment for sustainable development. The ministry is actively engaged in programs that link social protection with sustainability. The Ghana School Feeding Program, for instance, not only addresses child nutrition and education, but also supports local agriculture production and empowers women who constitute a significant portion of the caterers and suppliers involved in the program. Recognizing this disproportionate impact of climate change on women, the ministry has developed a roadmap to strengthen the gender responsiveness of social protection programs. This initiative aims to ensure that our interventions are inclusive, equitable, and effective in building resilience among vulnerable populations. The roadmap for strengthening the gender responsiveness of social protection programs in Ghana underscores the critical need to recognize and address unpaid care work, which disproportionately affects women and girls. To mitigate these challenges, the roadmap advocates for gender-sensitive social protection measures that acknowledge and alleviate the burdens of unpaid care work. The declaration, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to use this occasion to announce that in alignment with WISA's vision, the ministry will launch a campaign dubbed Women Labor Day. And this campaign is to be celebrated as part of the activities of May 1st. And thank you. And this will span with activities throughout the month of May every year. In partnership with WISA and other stakeholders, the ministry will work towards using this campaign to nationally and continentally recognize women as sources of labor and agents of sustainability. This campaign will be rolled out in schools, media platforms, and community spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also pledge that we as a ministry support in mobilizing partners and policies to help actualize these noble aspirations. In conclusion, let this be more than a summit. Let it be a starting point for renewed action and strengthened alliances. Let us charge forward, not in silos or not in whispers, but as a united force where women are seen, heard, valued, and empowered to lead sustainability in every space we occupy. As we launch this critical summit today, let us commit to creating spaces where women's leadership is nurtured and celebrated, where our voices influence policy, and where our innovations drive Africa's green transformation. Let us chart a course where women are not just participants in sustainability journey, but leaders of this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to all women and to all the women who labor daily to hold up families, farms, firms, and the future, we salute you. To all the men who lift women as equals, we stand with you. Together, we will build a sustainable Africa. I believe in that dream. From the roots of our communities, very critical, our largest base, to the heights of our global aspirations, I say to you, God bless you all as you imbibe this very vision and we work, nurture, and water it to grow together. God bless our beloved nation. Happy Labor Day to you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Agnes Momo Lartey, for that very salient speech. And we're excited about the initiative also going to be launched by the ministry. Thank you too, I must mention, for putting Honorable Seidu to it. It looks like we are going to not just, as you mentioned, not just find a duplicate of that key, but in fact break the door. Absolutely, thank you so much. Another round of applause for her, please. Next, shall we make welcome one of our special guests, His Excellency Prince Adewole Adebayo, flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party, joining us all the way from Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. It's an honor to have
Come on,
your
let's
company.
do better for him as we welcome him up stage. All the way from Nigeria, the Social Democratic Party, flag bearer, joining us here in Ghana for this all-important summit.
Thank you. Let me extend my special congratulations and greetings to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, the first Nigerian President of Ghana. Let me thank his able supporters, the ministers who are here, the minister, our sister, the Minister of Gender, the Minister of Sustainability. I know I'm not calling the full titles because in Africa, our names are always an explanation. And Nime, Name. And let me congratulate our sister, the convener, Nanaya Sewa Sapon. And let me thank the supporters, and let me thank everyone who is involved in this endeavor. And let me bring greetings from the people of Nigeria and from the Social Democratic Party of Nigeria. I assure you I will not campaign about the party, but in the end you will understand why Social Democratic Party is concerned with labor, concerned with sustainability, and also concerned with gender, because these are all paradigms and instruments to uplift the people and eradicate poverty and insecurity in the land. Now, I would say this, that a journey from Nigeria to Ghana is just a stroll. So I feel at home here, and I'm happy to speak to today's subject matter. What I would say generally is that, number one, I always say to men like me who get nervous when we're around women, because I have an advantage over many men. I was raised by my great-grandfather. Great-grandmother raised me. So having been raised by my great-grandmother, who handed me over to my grandmother, and then briefly I was raised by my mother when I was ready about to leave home. So I understand women, and the way I understand issues around women is just to listen. Try not to have a permanent understanding. Just listen to the latest instruction, and you will not get it wrong. Because a few days ago, I was in the church, and they said, lead your wife, lead the women, be the leader, be in front. Then I went to a place yesterday, they said, men should stand behind their women. And today we say we should stand side by side. So, but whatever position you want, I'm available. What is important is to understand that the idea is that we should work together. And the idea is that we should make progress. A few remarks I will make regarding definition of things. Because where I come from, it is impossible to be equal to a woman. Because equality is difficult to achieve. If I make effort and I spend 20 hours dressing up, I cannot be equal to my wife in beauty. And what roles do women play? Every woman is a member of society, the mother when they have children, is a daughter obviously, and is a sister, and a worker. So the story of women should not be too simplistic. And in our belief, where I come from, mother, one of the deity, mother is a god. The mother is a goddess. So if you can pray to your mother, the prayers will be answered. But I have never heard anywhere where they say you pray to your father. I said, Father in heaven. So I want us to understand that all over societies all over the world are struggling with these definitions. And definitions also have to do with time. In the Western world, where some of the latest lexicons coming from, they are talking from their experience in the industrial age, where men will go to the factories, women will stay at home. And over the years, the labor laws will not recognize any work done outside the factory as work. Because they define labor, they define how much you pay per hour, and all of that. But nobody will pay you for breastfeeding. Nobody will pay you for making the home conducive. And over time, they started struggling with how do they count their productivity, especially for macroeconomists who like to work on what amounts to GDP. And to make it easy in economics, anything that does not count in GDP is not seen as productivity. So that is why GDP is not a measure of anything sensible. Because the country with the highest GDP may have a lot of poverty in it, may not have sustainability in it. So if you look at China 10 years ago, in sustainability, they will get zero. Because they were polluting the environment, even though they were making more money. But everybody's learning now. What I want to let us understand is that the language we speak in discussing challenges in Africa, they are borrowed languages. And this borrowed language comes with borrowed money. And it comes to borrowed ideas. And if we are not making progress, we need to understand that we should maybe reduce. If you cannot reduce borrowing money immediately, reduce borrowing ideas. So that you can think originally about your issues. The issue we have in Africa is cooperation. We need to cooperate as a society. Because a society that is not doing well overall, that has poverty overall, poor infrastructure overall, has no luxury for gender fight. And those who are looking for how to duplicate keys or break doors, let me tell you one secret. If you are looking for my key, look at the pocket of the woman next to me. Yeah. And I've been a family man for over 20 years. I don't know where the key to my room is. When I come back from work, I stand by the door. Is she inside? He said, no. Where is she? I wait until they come and open the door. So sometimes what you are looking for is actually in your hand. But another thing I would say, generally speaking, I don't know, but I know about Ghana and Nigeria. Every man who goes out to work is trying to impress his mother, sister, then more particularly his girlfriend, and eventually his wife. So who we are working for, sometimes you should understand that you're already our employer. And if your boss is competing with you, you cannot win. What I want us to understand is that the world is changing, and labor, I thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this idea of women in labor. Of course, it can confuse our sister. They'll start going to the maternity ward. That woman in labor means the woman who is in the labor room. And what it means basically is that we should recognize the effort that the women in our life put in our life. And whether the work is done at home or is done in our traditional, popular workplaces, that we should show appreciation. But appreciation is not just by word of mouth. We should also show encouragement. And like the story that the Minister for Sustainability gave about sometimes when you are playing a role which your gender is not familiar with or is not expected to play, you will see that you get a bit concerned that maybe you will make mistakes. Sometimes you do make mistakes. And I can tell you, I am the president of a finance group, and we started out in East Africa. And the first person we chose to head our financial institution was a lady. And I don't believe in, before you recall your applause, let me just tell the story. The first thing we discovered was that our money disappeared. And we started seeing this sister in shopping mall in Dubai, in all those places. And we were analyzing it. And from the analysis, I got a lot of insight about how people think. Some immediately thought, it's a woman problem. What do you expect? Put a young lady in charge of millions of dollars. What do you expect to come out of it? Some gave a more nuanced answer. Some gave more data-backed analysis as to why. Some looked at control system. But the only way we were able to demonstrate whether it was a gender problem or not was that we put another woman. So after all the police investigation, whatever, when we wanted to replace CEO, we put another woman. And this woman is perfect. So it shows to you that some of the stereotypes don't work well. So if you come out and say women are the most perfect leaders, they are the most ethical leaders, let us use data dealing with women, not sentiment. And we did an experiment in Nigeria where we started putting ministers in various places, petroleum, finance, all those places where the men used to steal all the money. Started putting women there. And after a while, we stopped loving these women after some time because we started seeing the same problem. So what we came out with is that when dealing with women and when dealing with men, we must set up systems that work. There is no system that a woman cannot run successfully. And there is no system, if it's not poorly designed, that a woman cannot falter. So we must go beyond the sentiment and the platitudes. We must give women access to leadership. We must put all the safeguards there as well. And not say, because someone is a woman, if a system is not well designed, then automatically going to work. The next thing I will say is that labor is changing all over the world. All over the world, machines are coming. And these machines have no gender. What it means, therefore, is that in discussing women now in the labor forces, we should not go back to the pre-industrial age, where women used to plant cassava and all of that, and they were the sustainable farmers of the community, or in the proto-industrial age, when women, I see in some countries, I've been to Vietnam and many places where I do business, and the idea of a woman in the workplace is a hall where we put a machine in front of women and they keep sewing from morning to night. And because they like to serve, and women like to make systems work, women have community, a sense of community. If you say, let's do this for the factory, let's do this for the community, let's do this for the church, let's do this for the mosque, women would cooperate. But a lot of those women whom you will put on the factory floor just sewing clothes, God has given them a rainbow of talents beyond just being used as factory hands. So I will commit by saying, these are things we can do, and I will make this sustainability issue to be guaranteed to succeed. I will make women participation to be a basic norm that nobody will hold conferences about anymore. And they are one. In our society, we must have rule of law. Our definition of what is right or wrong, what you are entitled to, what are privileges, what you can do, should not discriminate against women. Let's get our law right. When I started practicing law as a lawyer in Nigeria, one of the first things I found out, which was found rather antiquated, was that whenever you go to grant bail in the courts or seek bail in the police station, they will tell you, do not bring a woman as a guarantor. And we immediately stopped that. There was a Supreme Court order on that nonsensical issue. Next thing, I started doing investment banking. I'm an investment lawyer. And all over the world, nobody remembers gender, because I practice in New York, California, and other places. The issue of gender doesn't arise, because the definition of what is suitable collateral is defined by law. But in Nigeria, they will say, okay, if you want to borrow money from a bank, you need to bring a guarantor. And I don't need to tell you, they will tell you, we don't want women guarantor. But I think the Central Bank of Nigeria also eliminated that. So the first thing we need to do is to recognize that the woman is a human being. The woman should have access to do anything the human being can do of their age. Second, we must build infrastructure. You cannot love women so much that in 2025 they have to go to the stream to fetch water. And you say you love women. So the infrastructure that we build are infrastructures that are gender friendly. There's no way you can be gender friendly if you don't have comfortable public transportation. You cannot be gender friendly if you do not have schools, you do not have hospitals. These are things that worry women. In fact, if there's a minister of energy who makes electricity constant and affordable, that minister, without talking about women, is women friendly. Because these are things that bother women in society. And if you make safety very, very important. Safety, where women can go all over their country at any time of the day, travel day and night, and they feel safe. You are gender friendly. I want us to be practical, to take action. The last thing I will say is that donor community is going through crisis. But the Western world, where these donors come from, are facing serious self-examination. The first paper I wrote as a lawyer when I was graduating from college was on the WTO when they set it up. And the argument we had made at the University of Ife was that the World Trade Organization was not friendly to Africa because we were just trying to develop our industrial base, and if everybody can trade with us, we will have a serious problem developing competitive industry. But the global agreement was that we were wrong. Over time, we will catch up. Countries like China, India, Vietnam, Korea, and all of them are beginning to catch up. So what happened when that prediction became true? Now the United States, the largest economy in the world, is saying we don't want world trade anymore. We want to put tariff. And they are beginning also to see comparative changes in living standards around the world. And you will see that if you go to JFK Airport in New York, and you go to an airport in Guangzhou in China, or you go to Dubai Airport, you will see that infrastructure relatively is getting better in the East and the Middle East. So in conclusion, they are now reacting and saying, we are not going to spend our money on other people. So the USAID, gone. And many more will go. And I can tell you, you would think it's a Trump thing. It's not a Trump thing. It's a popular sentiment which Trump is demonstrating. How is it relevant to us here? How it's relevant to us is that, one, we must think about our ideas originally, not because now we want donors to fund us. Secondly, we must raise resources from home. We must make contribution just the way we contribute to our churches and mosques. We must contribute to all our programs. We must contribute taxation to our government. The greatest problem of government is that it is run by politicians who try to please people. There is no other way to sustain a democracy without having taxpayers. So governments that majority or substantial part of their budget is based on donor funding, they are lying to their people. Only the people of a country can sustain the government of that country with their taxation and with their other productivity. Therefore, politicians should stop using lower taxes and all of that tax to win elections. We must tell our people the truth, that there is no one out there coming to help us. We need to help ourselves. In conclusion, when you look at the map of Africa, all those lines you see there that look like maybe a child used crayon to draw those countries. Those countries are not real. They don't exist. These are colonial imprints in the case of Africa. We must cross borders if we need to succeed. The Europeans, I did my PhD on them. They abolished their borders, even though they used to hate each other, kill each other over centuries. They abolished all their borders. That is why Europe is alive today. And if you see the subcontinent of North America, until Trump came now, Canada, USA, and Mexico, they ran as one entity, one economic zone. And I believe that in West Africa, we started with ECOWAS. We need to expand it and make sure that this Africa trade that we want to do is not just at the level of academia, but our people travel together, our university mix together, and our society mix together. Luckily for us, our cultural background is the same, and our experiences under colonial power is about the same. It's on the basis of this that whatever you are doing here in Ghana, I will infuse Nigerian capital into it, and If you are sustainable and you come with a sustainable plan, you can start with a modest contribution to that program. Because if it's sustainable, it means that you are giving $1, that $1 will be alive. That $1 will give to a few cents. It will become $2 and all of that. On that basis, we can work with a program which we can support with $1 million. Thank you very much. So, in conclusion, I want the whole of Africa to know that what has started here is going to continue across the continent, just like all the ideas of our leader, Kwame Nkrumah, started in Ghana and has gone around Africa. That's why we have the OAU before, we have the African Union. So that spirit which started in Ghana, that spirit now that has come into Nana, and that spirit is that in Africa, we are one people, and the challenges we are facing has confirmed that we are one people, and the solution must be a solution based on unity and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Please, let's do it better for him. Flag bearer of the Social Democratic Party in Nigeria, Prince Adewole Adebayo. Please. Wow. I mean, for a minute, I was asking myself questions. Where is the teleprompter that the man is reading from? Because the man was going on and on and on, and everyone was a bar. And he interspersed it with things that will get us laughing and smiling. So we even forgot that he was going on. Sir, I have a talent, and I tap into that grace today. Wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And please clap for yourself also. You've been amazing all morning. But you see, I've got good news for you. We are not just here to do all that you see on the platform. It's also an opportunity to network. Because we've brought all the right people to the right room at the right time. And for a right purpose. And so, at a point, we'll have coffee break where you can just snack on all of those beautiful, yummy things and then speak to someone. Get connected to someone. And then later on, we'll have our lunch. And so it's a very beautiful day. It's a holiday. This is the best way to spend your day here at the lunch and the WISA Summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a rep from the UN Global Compact. If you're here, please let me see a wave. UN Global Compact. UN Global Compact. Let me see your wave, please. Okay. The rep is here to get here. But then we'll take another one. And I'm excited about this because in all that we've said, we are talking about even scaling up. And sometimes one of the greatest barriers is what? Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have someone speak to us from the Microfinance and Small Loan Center, Maslock. She's representing her CEO, Abigail Akwambia Elomensa, and she's in the person of Deputy CEO for Maslock. And before she gets there, let me tell you that there's a big announcement from Maslock today. Aha!
Amen. Good morning, everybody. I feel like today is International Women's Day. We are celebrating labor, but today we are celebrating women in labor. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has already given us a woman vice president, first ever woman vice president, who has not only opened the door or broken the door, but holding it for all other women to pass through. So let's give it up for His Excellency. I'm Halida M.A. Seidu, Deputy CEO for Maslock. I'm here representing my boss, Abigail, who is far away in Sunyani. And this speech is by Honorable Abigail Elom Akwambia Mensa, CEO of Maslock. Your Excellency, the flag bearer of SDP Nigeria. The Honorable, no, she's not here. I think she's joining us via Zoom. Honorable Jewel Taylor, former Vice President of Liberia. Honorable Abdul-Rashid Pelpuo, who is on his way, Minister of Labor, Jobs and Employment. Honorable Agnes Momo, Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Honorable Issifu Seidu, Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. Dr. K.Y. Deli, Partnership Advisor and Leadership Consultant. Madam Convener, Name, Nime, Nananom here present, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished invited guests. I bring you greetings from Maslock, Microfinance and Small Loan Center. Let me start off by thanking all of us gathered here for sacrificing the Workers' Day to be here in the cause of the African and Ghanaian woman. I stand before you this morning in a state of mixed emotions, privileged to be called upon to deliver the keynote address today's all-important program, whilst at the same time totally humbled to have been selected amongst the plethora of qualified men and women around in what promises to be a launchpad for women reawakening empowerment. I do not take this opportunity lightly at all. The theme for this maiden summit is the role of women as source of labor and agents of sustainability. It's not only appropriate, timely, and strategic, but also very reflective in the wake of the demands and expectations of the society on today's woman. This is because the woman, particularly the African woman, has since times of world advancement played a pivotal role in advancing humanity and family life, yet many more on your continent particularly continue to face discrimination and inequality, forgetting that when a woman is empowered, families, economies, societies, and countries grow stronger. Women constitute a significant proportion of the global workforce, with estimates exceeding 42%. According to the United Nations Agency for Labor Statistics, in developed countries, about 70% of women are in paid employment, while the contrast in developing countries is a disappointing 31%. Globally, women's participation in the labor force has seen a steady increase over the past decades. According to the United Nations, the feminization of poverty has led to more women entering the workforce to support their families. The SDGs, unanimously adopted by United Nations member states, lay out 17 goals for the world to achieve by 2030, with a view to ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring that all people enjoy peace and prosperity, particularly women and other vulnerable groups. The goals were adopted by all United Nations member states in September 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which sets out a 15-year plan to achieve the goals and their related targets. Never before had the world leaders pledged common action across such a broad and universal policy agenda. The 17 goals are interconnected, apply to all countries, and need to be carried out by all stakeholders: governments, the private sector, civil society, the United Nations system, and others in a collaborative partnership. Women, though, make up almost half of the economically active population of the world, are mostly in the lower echelons of economic activity, especially the private informal sector, where women are predominantly entrepreneurs of small and medium-scale businesses. With respect to the four main occupations, women are found to be mainly employed in agriculture and allied fields, sales work, and to a lesser extent, production and agribusiness. These women in recent times have increasingly become the backbone of their families as breadwinners and agents of authority in their societies. This is just a breather. Somebody, a very well-renowned woman in Ghana, I don't want to mention her name, she once said that men are the heads of our families, but women, we are the necks. And wherever the neck turns, the head automatically turns. So women, we are powerful. and we should know how to use our power. The African woman is often the primary agricultural producer, responsible for food security and family nutrition. They are all crucial in managing water and fuel resources, which are often impacted by environmental changes. Their knowledge of traditional farming practices and sustainable resources management can be valuable for developing localized solutions. In the Ghanaian context, as farm owners, farm partners, and farm laborers, women are estimated to account for 70% to 80% of food consumed in Ghana. The predominant role of women in agriculture has enabled more women farmers to become increasingly responsible for the educational and other material needs of their wards, especially for female-headed households. Sustainability. Sustainability is not just a choice, but a necessity in today's world. All efforts must therefore be geared towards creating a financial ecosystem that supports businesses to thrive while safeguarding our environment for future generations. Promoting sustainability helps create the better environment in which we can thrive, while other conserving resources for future generations, so justice, a high quality of life can be enjoyed by people in the future. It is thus incumbent on all of us gathered here as sustainability advocates to champion the cause to ensure that all vulnerable groups, particularly women, are supported and with interventions to aid them raise their socio-economic status, while at the same time preserving and protecting the environment. We at Maslock have taken the task frontally and hence continue to come up with interventions aimed at achieving these objectives. Over the years, we have been deliberate in ensuring that women make up more than 75% of the group and individual loans we offer. This, we believe, will propel them to economic freedom and also guide their usage of the environmental resources at their disposal. Maslock is for everyone, but it's quite interesting to note that we prioritize women. We supported and continue to support women and vulnerable groups in farming, fishing, poultry, and in agribusiness value chain. The focus in all these interventions has been to empower the Ghanaian woman and households led by women to reduce poverty, improve self-worth and awareness, whilst enhancing their decision-making choices, with special emphasis on good farming practices and environmental sustenance. Starting this year, we'll be leveraging on the Maslock User Investment Fund to train and support over 16,000 female farmers across the country. This initiative, we hope, with the support of partners to scale up annually, so that many more women benefit and poverty will, if not be eradicated totally, reduced to the barest minimum. The challenges we face as women demand sustained commitment and collaboration. I urge each of us here gathered to translate the insights to be gained and the commitment made during our time together this morning into tangible actions that will contribute to global women empowerment and sustainability, with many of us also acting as sustainability advocates to champion the cause. It is in this light of the above that I implore all of us to rededicate ourselves to this challenge by intensifying our activities and advocacy with a firm affirmation that we shall not rest on our oars until the African and Ghanaian woman is given a fair compensation for her roles in the labor space and our environment is sustained not only for our use today, but for the use of all generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that speech, and we are grateful to the work of Maslock over the years and, of course, prioritizing women. Another round of applause for her, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to welcome a woman who was briefly mentioned by our convener, Nanaya Sewa Sapong, joining us all the way from the United States of America. She's an executive specializing in community program development and multi-million-dollar initiatives, as well as strategic global partnerships. Shall we welcome Dr. K.Y. Dele.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever part of the world you're in, hello. I was afraid to come up those steps. I'm looking around for some sneakers, because I'm like, I'm going to break my neck on this ramp. Thank you, Nana, for having us. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming from Nigeria. Thank you to the ministers, to the amazing government. Thank you to this wonderful, beautiful people. Thank you for having me. I love Ghana. I am originally a Nigerian American, but everyone thinks I'm from Ghana, so I'll just take that. I'll take that. So I just want to do something a little different. I want to tell my story of how I got here. I think it will prove a lot to all of you that you do have to start from the beginning, and you can't give up. So I was practicing as a psychologist in New York City, and at a certain age, I woke up. And I realized I didn't want to do this anymore. I had so many families come to me, so disenfranchised, so fragmented, so many boys without fathers, so many single mothers, so much crime. I really didn't know what else to do. I was tired of practicing behind a desk. So I decided to start something different. I didn't have answers, but I knew I had to start somewhere. To Nana's efforts, you have to start from somewhere. I actually, oddly enough, I did not plan this. Don't think I planned this. I'm not as smart as people may think. I went to His Excellency. I've known him over 25 years. I said to him, I don't want to practice anymore as a psychologist. I want to go out there and make a difference. I don't know what that means, but I know I need some support. And back then, not even realizing his philosophy of commitment to supporting women, he gave me financial support and housing support because I gave up my practice. I literally had nowhere to go. Yes. And I started this foundation called the Made Man Foundation. The reason why I started this foundation is because, and I'm telling you guys my truth, so please forgive me in this story. I was at that point dating a young man who was a sports agent. So he obviously worked with a number of professional athletes. So I said to myself, if these young boys could see themselves at an older age and could realize and see something bigger and better, perhaps we'd have them want to achieve more and be less about being in prison and beating up our mothers and our children and more about empowering them. So I went to my then boyfriend and I said, can your ball players please come with me into the schools to speak to these young boys? And he said yes. So it went from me taking the athletes into the schools to me bringing CEOs into the schools to them donating suits for these young boys to go to work to me now starting a foundation that grew into years of mobilizing thousands of male leaders to come into the schools and empower young men. Thank you. But it goes beyond that. In the work that I was doing with building this foundation for men to come back into community to make a difference in our homes, a lot of people would say to me, why is a woman building a foundation to empower men? And I was confused. I was like, I believe women gave birth to men, so they're kind of from us. I believe we're responsible for the people we give birth to. I believe we're accountable for our society and our communities. I believe an empowered woman should empower others. So why would you ask me such a question? When this is my brother, this is my father, this is my uncle, this is my son, this is my nephew. I don't understand. And in that journey, I realized that you really do have to go out there and do the work because we are separated in our narrative and in our work. So I embrace the power of collaboration in everything I do. there is no such thing as he without she and she without he. It does not exist. So in doing that work, what it also did for me, it changed my life. In me trying to find myself, a lot of you young people out here, people are going to say, go out there, find your passion, find your purpose, go and find yourself. You can't go out there and find anything. It's within you, number one. And number two, you can only find yourself when you stop looking for yourself. When you start serving others is when you find yourself. When you stop thinking of yourself is when you find yourself. When you realize there is no self without us is when you stop looking for yourself. So with that being said, the foundation grew beyond me. I was mobilizing thousands of leaders all over the country in the United States. The African Union and the African Union and the United Nations came to me and said, we want you to bring this program to Africa. We want you to mobilize leaders in Africa, mobilize leaders in America, and have them start collaborating. I said, I don't know how to do that, but okay. I did this other stuff, and I did all of this through faith and service and just people uplifting me every day, uplifting a woman with a dream every day. So this is the power of uplifting a woman in real action, in real life. So I said, okay, I can do this. Oddly enough, the first country I came to, this is so serendipitous. The first country I came to was Ghana. I was working with the embassy, the diplomatic corps, the ECOWAS diplomatic corps. They all invited me to their countries. Ghana invited me. I came with the ambassador at that time. I was welcomed by the president. And I took this initiative all over Africa until COVID happened. When COVID happened, a number of leaders came to me. They said, Kai, we know you know Africa. We know you know United States. Can you start building bridges between government, public, and private sectors? I'm a psychologist, a social worker, a teacher. What are you talking about? I had no idea, but I knew I had to do the work. And I knew if I continued to go forward and continued to just push my agenda, my faith, my dreams, and I got fearful, but fear led me. It didn't stop me. Of course, many times I'm exhausted. I mean, who doesn't want a job, a nice home, stability, and all those things? But when you're talking about sustainable change, when you're talking about impact, when you're thinking beyond yourself, you don't think about comfort. You don't think about being comfortable. You think about going out there and doing the work. No matter what it takes, you do the work. So in that being said, I was doing the work, and then I realized in building bridges between the continents that I was kind of like the only woman in a lot of rooms. I was like, oh God, what's happening? Is empowering men made me forget about the fact that I'm a woman? Let me look at this. But not realizing that a lot of women are not at the table, particularly when it comes to economic empowerment. And I just didn't understand that. And in speaking to what my sister Nana is doing, I started an initiative 2 years ago connecting 1 million women for trade within 102 countries. Now, what does that mean? People say, how do you connect 1 million women for trade? It's very easy. You mobilize. You make sure you go to every country. You find out who the stakeholders are that are invested. You make them steering committees. You have those mobilizers let you know locally, internationally, resources that you need to mobilize. We partnered with your president, Mahama. We partnered with Vice President Jewel. We partnered with so many stakeholders in the private and public sector, mobilizing, making sure that we have 1 million women within the Americas, Caribbean, and Africa, 102 countries, through 10,000 associations to collaborate for 15 months to exchange resources for trade, through think tanks, through banks. Afro-Exim Bank has now come on board. So many other resources. Building ecosystems for change, empowering women, empowering men, building that collaborative framework, understanding it's no longer about us, it's about the bigger picture. Doing the work no matter what it takes to make sure we are all at the table, black, white, woman, man. It takes a village. So I really want to encourage everyone, do the work. To my sister Nana, I see you, girl. We got your back all over. 102 countries, me and you. To your excellency, you're always empowering others from day one. When you said you were running for president, I really thought something was wrong. I was like, you are such a genuine, authentic human being running for president of Nigeria. How do we make this work? But you know what? You're so transparent. You have been an empowerment tool from day one without me even realizing your goals in the future. Everyone in here, empower each other. Make that one person's dream come true, as everyone in here has done for me. Nana, to your ministries, thank you all so much. Well done.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kai Dele. Very powerful words. Please, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for her.
This is men supporting women. There is no she without he.
Absolutely.
And no he without she. So please clap for me too.
We certainly do clap for you, Joshua. You are certainly a he for she, and so are all the men who have joined us in this space. It's beautiful to see. And thank you, Dr. Kai Dele, for being so vulnerable with your story and sharing it with us. And Joshua, Women in Sustainability Africa talks about collaboration too.
Exactly.
Yes, and he for she and men on board.
All the players here, amazing speeches. Please, let's give a round of applause to all those who spoke here. You know, sometimes it feels like talking is easy till you are told to do it. And you're not doing it in front of your father and mother. Those ones you can bully them. But you're doing it in front of strangers who know better than you. That's a whole lot. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's do it one more time for them.
Joshua, who is comfortably seated. Joshua, time for me to pull you back up. As mentioned earlier, we've got the Minister for Labor in our midst as well, Abdul-Rashid Pelpuo, who will be addressing us in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, I saw that many had their hands up. During this next panel, following the speech by our Honorable Minister, Joshua will be taking the other panel discussion addressing issues of women and the role of women as agents and sources of labor. So you'll get the chance to ask many more questions during that period. And of course, once we are through, you'll get the chance to network some more. Shall we make welcome the Honorable Minister for Labor, Honorable Rashid Pelpuo, please, a round of applause as he comes up. We're so very grateful to you for your time. Please do keep welcoming him as he comes to address us.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Let me recognize our friend from Nigeria, who is a flag bearer, very powerful man. The leadership of the network, the Queen Mothers, and all of you here, including our Deputy CEO, Maslock. It's a pleasure I'm here to address this very important function. As we all know, the core of the existence of any nation is the woman. The sustainability of every economy, every society, every community is because of the small things women do and put together to create value. Apart from giving birth to the kids, they are the ones who educate them. And we all remember what Dr. Agri once said. I'm sure many of you have remembered or remember him. Agri once said that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. And this is driven from a long time observation and practice of how society emerges and how the role of a woman is in the growth of the whole society. So when I was invited to this function, I told myself, in whatever form it will take, I'll be here. However busy I will be, I'll try to make time. And today, as you all are aware, is the 1st of May. It's Workers' Day and as Minister for Labor, it was important for me to go with the President to celebrate the day. And right after that day, I informed the President I'll be here to grace this occasion. So, truly to tell you, for any program of development to enjoy or to stay sustainable, you need to have the participation of women. Is an indivisible truth. The fact that in the involvement of women in every endeavor, there is life in that program. I have been an organizer all this time. From the very moment I finished the university, from the very moment I started working, organizing society, being with workers here and there, I have found that in everything I did, the success often will blossom where there's a mixture and where there is leadership of women. And I just want to encourage our women folk that because of this singular role you play in the life of society, you need to be conscious about it and you need to live it. To live it means to understand your role in society and to be able to practice it. Because when you begin to practice it, you begin to assume the natural leadership we say it comes with a woman. Women in sustainable development are one and the same. Where there is a difference between the development of a society and the involvement of a woman, then there is a problem. So essentially, I'm here because I honor the facts that women play a role in the life of my administration, my government right now. And we are determined to make sure that as we walk along, we take along with along our women. And in my new policy, we are working very hard to amend the present present labor law. And part of the amendment is to recognize the position of a woman in our workforce in Ghana. Yes. And this must come out very soon to complement the first 120 days of His Excellency John Dramani Mahamad's leadership, that we have taken position in how our women are going to get involved in our drive to reset Ghana. So as women, I'm very blessed to be part of your life. If you look at great men, most great men, they are brought up without the involvement of men. The most recent one who just died, may he rest in peace, is Jerry John Rawlings. He was brought up without the support of his father because his father left for the UK when he was a kid. And the mother brought him up all alone. You know Lucky Dube? You know Muhammad Ali, what's his name? Lucky Dube, and you know, these great guys whose fathers died too early. They grew up in the hands of their mothers, and they became world icons. All over the world, they are there. But we won't allow you to keep them alone and to take care of them alone. We come to help you. But when we help you, we entrust in them a certain character of life, which might be good or which might be bad. But the woman's vision is often a superior vision. And because they don't want imperfection in the life of a person, they treat you to the best of their ability and they straighten you up every single time you are taking a step. And you grow up to reflect that. And I have grown mostly in the hands of women. I'm not going to say I'm one of the great men, but I have also grown up mostly in the hands of women. And I know what it is when they take care of you. When you come back from the school, from the university, they examine you and say, oh, my son's body is finished. It means that, they are worried about the person they have taken care of. They want you to grow big. They want you to be successful. So, and I grew up, my first child was a woman, a girl, female, second, third, fourth, fifth. I told myself, these young girls we are seeing will be something in the future. Yes. And so when you hear that the first one is a lawyer, the second one is becoming a lawyer, the third one is following up, and every one of them is becoming something, it's because I believe that they are going to change the world. But I have a last one who is a boy. Anyway, so this network is a very important network for me, and I want to pledge my ministry support. We want to work along with you in whatever way you want a cooperation with us. We are open door. We have an open door to work with the network to bring it to the foot of the young growing woman in Ghana, to bring an influence in your life, to create value in your life, to make sure as you grow, you see the position you occupy at the development stages of your life and in the national development structure. So in the end, the network would have influenced a very positive, growing young person to have a greater influence in the life of society. So I want to thank you very much and pledge that I'm with you, Nana, and your group. Let us see the outcome of this conference. Let us see what we can do to add to the value of it, and let us see how it's going to have a greater influence in the life of the country at large. As I was coming, the president whispered to me and said, the workers' union have a party after the event, and they have invited the president. He turned to me and said, I have another program. Represent me at that place. I told him, sir, I will do that. But I told him I'll come here only after I deliver my speech. I will now ask permission to go back there. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's do it better for our Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment, the Honorable Abdul-Rashid Pelpuo. Please, let's celebrate him one more time. And the beauty of this is that his presence also goes to affirm the fact that this program has come to stay. One program, 3 ministers. You will not get it anywhere. Paramount Queen, mother of Have, traditional area, Mamaga Chirawa the 4th. And also Nana Afro Oparibia the 1st from Akumu traditional area. So, you know, when the president, John Dramani Mahama, was doing his appointments, he did it one batch after the other. So we to acknowledge one batch after the other, because I want to aim for the presidency someday. So I'm learning from His Excellency John Mahama. But indeed, it's an exciting time here. I'm having so much fun, and I'm also learning the need for us to come together to make this work. Now, Women in Sustainability Africa is not just a Ghanaian movement. It's not just a Nigerian movement. In fact, I think going forward, we'll have to make it Women in Sustainability World. Global. Or global. Because we're taking it from Africa and showing the world how it is done. We are taking the strength from Africa and telling the world it is time for Africa to take its rightful place. And very soon, when we are talking about the world economies, we'll start with Africa.
We certainly will.
And then the rest. Aha. That's what we are looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. But it's time now for us to officially launch it. Yes. Because today's part is in 2 sessions, the launch, and then we'll have the summit where we'll get to talk. And I like that. I like to talk. I'm paid to talk. Nanaya pays me to talk, so I talk. But we need to launch the foundation and then let the world know that WISA has come to stay. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our convener, the visionaire, the woman who bears it all, the woman who has allowed herself for God to use as a channel to bless us all with this wonderful initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's invite Nanaya Sewa Sapo.
You can do it better for her, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please.
When I say Women in Sustainability Africa, we respond, together we stand. Women in Sustainability Africa, Women in Sustainability Africa. And finally, Women in Sustainability Africa. Thank you so much for being a part of this vision. I see more people coming. I understand my CEO, Mr. Bolore, is in. Let's welcome this great man. Very inspiring. At this juncture, we're going to do something very important. One of the reasons why we're here is to launch the Women in Sustainability Africa. It is time to do just that. Therefore, our dignitaries will join me upstage as we do this together. So, CEO of EIB Network, Mr. Bolare, kindly join me. My very good sister, Honorable Momo Lartey, Gender Minister, please join me. Minister for Sustainability, Honorable Issifu Seidu. Bishop E.O. Ansa, kindly join me. Dr. Kai Dele, sis, please join me. And our chairman, please, you would join me here. Our deputy CEO of Maslow, kindly join me. And our lady diplomat, who is with us this afternoon, please join us. And with the traditional rulers we have, please, can we have maybe one from each side? Or two? Yes. Please, if there is any one of our special speakers who have arrived but has not been recognized yet, kindly join us upstage. Is the UN Global Compact here? Okay. So, shall we have our action, please?
The first of
3, 2, 1.
2025, we declare the Women in Sustainability duly launched. Congratulations to all of us who are making history today. Congratulations. Happy Workers' Day, Happy May Day, and Happy Labor Day, whichever sits well with you. Congrats.
Ladies and gentlemen, Women in Sustainability Africa, WISA, duly launched. All right, ladies and gentlemen, WISA is officially born. Women in Sustainability Africa, officially born. So from here, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our coffee break, a very short one, and then right after that, we'll zoom into some proper action and have conversations along the lines of sustainability and women also as a source of labor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please. Oh, come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time. All right. Are you excited? Oh, are you excited? Then let me now let you know that the excitement you're feeling now is nothing compared to the excitement we'll have after the coffee break, which means don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our final batch in terms of speeches. The CEO of the EIB network, my boss, my chairman himself, ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Kwabna Anoche DC, aka SKA PKA. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's receive my boss Bolare to give us a speech on the launch of WISA. Oh, please do better for him. A man who believes so much in empowering women and making sure that the young people get the opportunities they need in life. Ladies and gentlemen, Bolare.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for your good selves, ladies and gentlemen. And just 2 minutes away and shy of midday, I think that is well in place to say welcome to all of you. But please, today is an august one. And before I even go on with my speech, I want all of us to celebrate this distinguished woman, Nanaya Sapon. You deserve it all. Indeed, dreams do come true. And this is a testament that when we put our minds to it and we come together as a people, most importantly, women, we can do it. We've heard stories of women are their own enemies. Women believe in pull head down. Today, let's break that jinx and that mentality. And it takes you. Put your hands together. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, thank you. Thank you very much. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow advocates for women in sustainability. Today, as we gather at the Women in Sustainability Africa Summit, we celebrate just not the achievements of women across various sectors, but also the pivotal role that they play, and I mean you play, as sources of labor and agents of sustainable development. We all know women are the backbone of our communities. And for me, in my experience, dealings with women, starting from my mother, my great mom, to my wife, to many women that I deal with in my workplace and in the media as a professional, I have witnessed firsthand the profound impacts and contributions to our great society and environment. For where I work, where I'm the humble servant, EIB Network, which comprises of 7 radio stations and 2 television stations, we firmly believe in the empowerment of women. I must say, at our workplace, it is the principle that underpins our organizational culture. Today, I can proudly tell you and report that nearly 40% of our workforce at EIB Network comprised of women. Is intentional and it's a deliberate choice because we believe in women. And I believe in the women at EIB and across because they excel in roles that span from managerial positions to production, to newscasting, to wardrobe design, reporting, human resource management, TV and radio anchors. Women are there. And you know, this diverse representation is not just a statistic. It is a testament to the invaluable perspectives and insight that women bring to our work. Look at how elegant all of you are, especially the women. Our queens, traditional queens, our beauty queens, our managers, our top political people, we celebrate you. Today, as we explore the media's role in promoting sustainability, it is essential to recognize the women that create content that resonates and inspire our audiences. And that is why I'm celebrating my general manager today, Nanaya Sapon. A round of applause for her again. Nana, this is a vision well thought out. And I know with your good friend, the Minister of Gender, this is going to be an annual affair. Honorable Minister, please, let's keep this vision and hope alive. And I know you support your sister all through and through. For us, as a media house, we cover environmental issues. We are advocates for social justice, and we educate communities on sustainability practices. Their voices matter, and we cherish the contributions that we have of women to our network at EIB, because they foster a culture where every woman feels valued and empowered. One of our women doing marvelously well is our co-host for today. A round of applause for Natalie Fort. Thank you, Natalie. And this is what we want to see, an inspiration to many young women out there that yes, when you dream it, you will believe it. I also want to take the opportunity to celebrate one great woman here as well. I've done it for the Honorable Minister for Gender, for Nanaya, for Natalie. Please, a round of applause for my good friend from the USA, Dr. Carl. Doc, welcome. This woman has a great heart. I remember some 6 or 7 years ago, out there in Washington, D.C., she made the impossible possible. That's for another day that we'll share. But Dr. Carl, I'm most grateful. You really represent women truly, and thanks so much for flying in to support this great program. You know, women are more than just stories. I have come across women who are great leaders, who are creators, who are change makers. They illustrate what is possible when women are provided with platforms to share their narratives and drive meaningful change. My personal assistant, Victoria Anyanyami, is an example as well. A woman, I could have gone for a PA to, a man to be my PA, but I'm giving employment. Isn't that great? And I believe in women. Isn't that sweet? So Victoria, thank you. What a day to celebrate you as we celebrate women across the globe. Also, at EIB, we are committed to amplifying these voices. Programming prioritizes women as pivotal contributors to sustainability efforts. Today, I urge each and every one of you to recognize the women in your life. Mothers, grandmothers, aunties, nieces, daughters, female workers. Please, let's recognize them in our business life and in our life as a whole. Our friends alike, each of them, they have a potential to drive change. And it's our responsibility to foster an environment that nurtures this potential. Well, I want to tell you that we can create spaces where women thrive. And as I do this as well, I see a very good friend in the audience. Emma, how are you? She's an advocate, a champion for women. Please rise so we acknowledge you, Emma. She has a beautiful place at Airport Hills. And I think that Emma is just in place that I say, host 10 women after today at your beautiful place, at your lounge. Is that a yes? It's women empowerment. Please put your hands together for it. You will love it. And it's a space you should explore. As I conclude, I want to tell you that and today I stand as a he for she champion. Yes. We can create spaces where women thrive, where contributions lead to sustainable innovations. And the Minister of Sustainability is here. Minister, the women will be knocking on your doors. They will make this possible. Are they welcome? Fantastic. And we are dreaming of a future where it is one of equality. It is one of respect and sustainability for generations to come. To all of you, dear women, I say, Ayiko. My name is Bola Ray. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put it together for the man Bolare. Inspiring speech there. Amazing man. A firm believer in women. Please, he's my CEO, so let me give him accolades. Who knows? My salary might be increased today.
Absolutely. Another round of applause, please, Bolare. Thank you so much for your words of inspiration and celebration of women and for your leadership. We are grateful to you. It's also important that we highlight and acknowledge the presence of the former Deputy Minister for Communication. Vicky Hammer is with us. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much for being here. Looking absolutely regal. Very good having you. Thank you. Joshua?
Yes. Hey, you see, when it got to the time for food, she called me.
I must. I know you love food.
But you know what? We are going for a quick coffee break. 15 minutes tops. After that, we'll get into the conversations. All those teething questions that you would want to ask, all those insights that have been shared here, and you're asking yourself, how was this done? That is where we'll get into the meat proper. So please, for the next 15 minutes, we'll have our coffee break. When we come back, we'll just get into the conversation. So please, it's served outside. So ushers, kindly, please be seated for now. We'll start with our dignitaries in front.
And then we begin. But here's what I'm going to do, because she'll be joining us in the next few seconds. But I'd like to start off by having each of you tell us a bit about your work throughout the years. We know, for instance, the role of Maslock, but your work into detail some more, and what role sustainability plays in your work as well. Yes? There should be a microphone right beside you. Thank you so much, Fen, and please do get started. A round of applause yet again for our panelists as we commence.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is it about my life or just about the work? About work.
Please, let's stick to work. Let's stick to work, and
yes,
specifically the role of sustainability in your line of work.
So, yeah, I'll bring it in. This is a very beautiful summit, and this session, I know we'll learn a lot. I'll learn from you, you learn from me. So let's take it to Maslock. Maslock, as you all know, is about loans. And it's not only about loans, because even when we went for the break, so many people came to me talking about funding. Yes, we have grants and we have loans. You know, with the loans, you pay back, but which is quite flexible. But with the grants, you don't pay. Maslock, we don't give grants. Okay? There's this NEP. We have NEP, where the CEO is Honorable Eric J. So I was even telling some people I'll link them there. But for the microfinance, we help micro and small scale businesses and entrepreneurs. We empower them. So let's take it a region like Upper West region. You don't see Okada business in Upper West region. You see more of these keke, and the tricycles there. So Maslock we don't only give loans to empower you, where you pay back on a flexible note, but we also give you some of these resources to work with. So let's say you are in Accra and you make use of Aboso Okai Machu. You know Aboso Okai Machu. Maybe you are a businesswoman and you need something like that to help you do your deliveries. Okay, so we can help you with that, and you work and pay back flexibly. Okay, so we don't only give loans, and we have businesswomen come to us for loans. We give them money, fiscal cash, liquid cash. We give them, and we have recovery managers in all the regions. They go out there to help recover the loans. You get it? And where we have people who alter, that's where we are a little bit. But most people take us for granted. You know, they feel because it's a government SOE, it's an SOE, so they feel, oh, it's government money. aban sika, so you can take the loan and not pay back. Okay, so what if you take it and don't pay back? How are we going to help someone who is also coming? So Maslock, under the able supervision of our CEO, Honorable Abigail, we are prioritizing on women. Like I told you in the speech, Maslock is for everyone. It's not for women. We are empowering everyone to business. And we give the loans in groups. So you come in as a group. So let's say I sell tomatoes, she sells garden eggs, he sells onions in the market. 5 or 6, we can come in for the facility. So when we take it, we will share and know how we'll pay back. Our recovery managers will come. And we are rolling out something that is very good with our coming in. You know, most of these market women, they feed on what the business they do. Most businesses, if it's a small enterprise, something she's selling, she's maybe making this liquid soap or parasol or something, detergents, and selling. That's where she feeds on. So how is she going to make profit? At the end of the day, getting the capital to even come and pay back is difficult. So Maslock will take it up upon ourselves to give them the financial training, how to keep their books, how to keep their resources, so that at the end of the day, you get something, you make profit and pay back whatever Maslock gave. So I think this is something I can tell you for now.
Thank you so much for sharing your work and the role of sustainability in the lives of women at Maslock, right? Round of applause for her, please. Thank you for sharing. Now, also, and we'll get back to you to highlight some more, but also on the panel, welcome. We waited for you a few minutes, but Na, that's a queen mother of Amanfo Nungwa, Na Koklu Mobon Nalo III. Thank you so much for being here. So let's move over to Vera Bediako. Vera, if you can highlight, tell us a bit about yourself and specifically where the role of women in sustainability comes up in light of your work.
All right, thank you very much. So I work with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection as one of the directors there. And that is the government machinery responsible for promoting the well-being of women and men, boys and girls in Ghana. And I'm emphasizing this because many a times we have backlash, people saying that, the ministry is only for women. Yes, because women are having a lot of vulnerabilities that we have to deal with. And so sometimes the emphasis is on women. But then we are not forgetting men and boys. We are not forgetting our girl child. And we are not forgetting the boys as well. And so in earlier statements this morning, especially the one from our Honorable Minister, we realized that she even mentioned what we are doing for men and boys and the part they have to play as advocates in ensuring gender equality in Ghana. And so as a ministry with a broad vision of ensuring social protection, child welfare, helping persons with disabilities, we have a whole lot, and women are actually at the center of sustainability when they talk about sustainable development. And so that's why we feel this situates right into what we do as a ministry. And so for us, this is very welcoming. It is something that we can work with because as a woman thrives, the whole society, the whole community also thrives. And so since women also form majority of the population of Ghana, there's no way we can leave them out when we are talking about any sustainability effort. And so for us as a ministry, because of our broad mandate, this situates very well in the center of all that we do, where women are capacitated to be able to do the things they do for the country. And in this, we are also looking at issues on unpaid care work. In the morning, Nanaya had already mentioned the fact that women are a source of labor. Here, we are only talking about the fact that, women are placed with a lot of responsibilities in the household. And these responsibilities are not naturally supposed to be only the burden of the woman, especially when you take off that reproductive role. All the other roles can be shared. And so we are bringing our minds to the fact that we need to recognize the work that women do in the household. We need to redistribute and we need to reward and also put in measures and policies that will help reduce such burden. For instance, if you have maybe a blender for a woman who would have used a grinder to do something, it eases the pressure on her and she's able to have time for leisure and other productive ventures. And so in sum, I'll say that this sustainability effort that we are beginning today situates very well within the center of the work we do as a ministry. And that's why we are here to partner with other organizations and other individuals to see to its successful implementation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I love the fact that you highlight that the gender ministry is not just a women's ministry, right? Very important to highlight that. Venon Sondo, you've been championing sustainability for many, many years. Tell us about your experience and the role of women in your field.
I think I'm the only man on the steering committee. I pride myself to say I'm a he for she. And I remember when I was born, my mom told me the night I was born, no, it was a morning, only women were born that morning. And so when I was born, they thought it was a woman. They said, no, it's a man. So they kind of changed and I said, no, this one is a man. So I've always been at the forefront on championing women wherever I can. I wear many hats, but I pride myself as an eco-evangelist. We seem to forget about the fact that when God created the world, he created the earth, he created the environment, he created the ocean, he created the trees, he created created oxygen, created water, before he created man. And then he said, no, Adam needs Eve, because together they have to take care of the environment. And so the environment is critical to human development. It's critical to advancement of God's kingdom. And the woman plays a critical role in ensuring that we can sustain our environment. As a consultant, I'm part of a firm called Change Afrique, where we sort of pride ourselves in advocating for sustainable choices, because we understand the fact that meeting the SDG goals actually needs a lot more of sustainable choices to be unlocked. Not just for those who can afford it, but for everybody. And most of the time, you will find only those who can afford it, and most of them would probably be likely men. And so we were looking at how can we make sure that sustainable choices are actually affordable, available, accessible, and aspirational to the masses, and not just the few who can afford it. So over the years, I led the sustainability practice for PricewaterhouseCoopers. I think that is where I met Natalie a long time ago. And I think I led the team that developed the sustainable banking principles, which was looking at how do you get those who fund the economy to ensure that environmental and most specifically and importantly, gender issues are integrated within the framework of how a project or a concept is developed. This was bearing in mind that there needs to be effective policies that are holistic in nature and that will not only look at the bottom line in terms of the profit you make, not only look at protection of the environment, not only look at protection of the youths or the marginalized, but most importantly, how are gender issues, not just women, men, women, actually integrated within the project development. And so we feel that for the agenda of sustainability to be achieved, you need women on board. So when Nanaya came to me and said, Venon, I'm doing this thing, I was like, no brainer, I'm on board. There was a no-brainer. And we talked about it, and I felt like this is something we can support, and we've thrown our weight behind it. And we work with a lot of women. One of our projects called Project Net Cycle, where we sort of work with fishing communities to recycle their waste fish nets. People are asking us, why are you recycling waste fish nets? But if you sort of look at our marine environment and the issue of plastics, we tend to always look at the plastic bottles, but we forget the fishing gear from fishing communities. So we actually are working with fishing communities, creating an alternative livelihood, buying back their waste fish net so that it doesn't become a menace to the marine environment. We work as far as Oti region, in the Volta region, and on many parts of the coast of Ghana, where we, as a policy, for those who manage our centers, we hire a woman. We will not hire a man. We will say we prefer to hire a woman, especially in the fishing sector where the women have not so prolific role. We say we want to make them as well managers and supervisors within the sector, so that the aspect of abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gear, which is a huge menace, where 650 tons of this washes into marine oceans, marine waters every day, every year, is a problem. And so we're trying to do our best in Ghana, working with women in the fishing communities who will man our centers and actually serve as collectors. And so it is an honor to be not just the only man on the panel, but to be part of the steering committee as well, and to be part of this narrative, which goes a long way to ensure that the aspect of SDGs is actually becomes a universal suffrage. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brennan, for the work you've been doing throughout the years. Now, finally, and I was asking to share, introduce yourself, right, and share how sustainability is portrayed in your line of work. And the reason I love that we have you on the panel is because I think sometimes we forget that a lot of sustainable practices began in Africa. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but began in Africa, in our local communities, even in the past. There are many ways in which we've lived sustainably, which I feel like we are returning to. So our Queen Mother, Na Mobo Lano III, tell us a bit more about you and the role of sustainability in your line of work and life.
Thank you. I'm Nakoklu Mobonalo III, Queen Mother of Amanfon, Nongwa. As a Queen Mother and a market woman, I think supporting a market woman build a better nation. Yeah. We are the backbone of the community. We feed our family, run our businesses, and share the future. Our hard-working businesses and nation, but we shouldn't have done this alone. The government must support us. As a Queen Mother, I'm pleading to the Maslot representative. Yeah, you have to improve infrastructure, better roads, market and stronger facilities, storage facilities, providing access to loans and training to help us grow our businesses and skills, to ensure health and social protection like insurance. Include our voices in decision making, because no policy can succeed without our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Now, given that has been done, let's go into the meat of the issue, right? And as you were speaking, highlighted the sort of funding for women businesses. Now, I'm going to start off with you and the role that MASOC has been playing. Now, you've highlighted, of course, MASOC having prioritized women-owned businesses. But what initiatives is MASOC putting forward, specifically in funding sustainable initiatives of women?
Okay, MASOC, as I was saying, we are prioritizing women. And we know most, even in the population, in Ghana now, women, we are more than the men. And most of these women are into one way or the other, small businesses, medium-scale enterprises. So not leaving the hairdressers, the weavers, the seamstresses, they all come to us. And they come to us in groups. So Queen Mother was talking about funding. I know all that she said boils down to funding. And how is this going to be sustained? If I give you the funding today, I say, Queen Mother, bring your women. I'm giving them 100,000. Let's say there are about 100 women. How are you going to recycle this money and maybe pay back, because it's a loan I'm giving? How are you paying back? How are you training your women? How are you sensitizing them to pay back their money, not thinking it's government's money? Okay, so now with my able boss, we are bringing in the training aspect. Most of them don't know.
Yes, they feel fine. I'm selling, so whatever I make, I'll buy my food stuff. I go. How is she even keeping her books? And most of our homes are run by women. Not only single mothers. You go in, they are married, but it's the women who run these homes. So if you empower the woman, the kids are okay, the husband is okay, the whole family is okay. So you give them this funding, and at the end of the day, how to even manage that funds becomes a problem. So we are bringing something new on board, and that's the training. So when you come to us as Maslock today, we don't just give you the funding or the money or the vehicle or the motorcycle or whatever, but we'll sit you down and give you training on how to run that business. What are you doing? How are you keeping your books? So that at the end of the day, you can make ends meet. Okay, so we are bringing, the training is something that we are bringing new, and we are hoping to increase the percentage of our support. We've already done about 75%. We hope to increase it. And inshallah, by God's grace, I know we'll get there. So, Queen Mother, what you do to help us is, your women, you have your market, your women groups. Good. Meet them. Meet your constituency women organizers. Because we are coming from a political background, So we've met all these women. Meet them. Let them come. Talk to them. This VSLA, Village Savings and Loans. Most of our villages, I know maybe in Accra they don't do it, but most of our village women are into this VSLA, Village Savings and Loans, where they meet every Sunday, contribute monies, give out those monies as loans, pay back with interest. 100 Ghana cedi loan attracts 10 cedi interest. These women, these peasant farmers in the villages, go in for these loans. And at the end of the year, let's say when it's December, Christmas, they do the share out. And we have people around who go and teach them, tell them how to keep their books. They have past books. And they are very disciplined in that. So if we are able, the Queen Mothers are able to help us take this through, this training through, instill some discipline in our women, things will work out for us. So there are a lot Maslock is bringing on board. Let me say the new Maslock is bringing on board.
Very well. And you highlighted the issue of training in addressing these funding. So the funds can be there, all right,
or can
make it sustainable,
yes,
be provided,
yes.
But women being better equipped to manage these funds that are released by Maslock.
Yes.
Right.
And sorry,
Don't
and
worry.
women, wherever a woman is, when a woman is in charge, things work. Even our late Pope said it, that when a woman is in charge, things work. So we are prioritizing on women. Excuse me, the men will help you out, but our priority is the women. And once a woman is in charge, your family will be good.
Right. Now, Vera, when it comes to the ministry, the gender ministry, right, specifically, what challenges have you observed that women face in coming up with these initiatives, sustainable initiatives, if you've observed any of such, and how is the ministry helping to address those challenges?
Right, thank you very much. To begin with, I would say that, sustainability hinges very much on partnerships. And we can start something small, but when we don't work together, we are not able to sustain the gains and then make it a multiplying effect for us all. And so to be able to achieve all that we are talking about, one thing that I want us to really keep in mind as we have come here and we are networking and all that, we need to work together. It is by working together that we can maximize whatever we are doing. In silos, we can achieve, but when we work together, we can achieve a lot more. And so that is the first thing. But then, with the challenges we see with our women, most of them are not having the empowerment, the needed knowledge and skills in the chosen fields that they have. And so for us as a ministry, our role is quite of a coordinating one. We say we are a ministry of the people. Everything concerning a woman in Ghana concerns us. It could be health, it could be agric, it could be education. So, we are the center and all the other ministries are around us. And so we have to work. That's why I'm talking about partnerships here. We have to collaborate and work very well by coordinating all that the other ministries are doing. Because when you look at the budget of the ministry, it is very small, but it is because all the other issues are seen to be
Priority, more so, you
with
mean?
by other ministries.
Okay.
And so we are supposed to work with them to ensure it is achieved. And so that's why, for me, partnerships and the collaboration I mentioned is very important. And so with the empowerment, we do a lot of advocacy, training, and then the sensitization for the women's groups in the various communities. And so we have people who go and then organize such trade. For some of them, it will not even be about the financial resources. It will be about the knowledge of the business idea they have. That sometimes you need to know, as she mentioned, sometimes little things like how to even keep your own records. She might have the money, but she might not have the idea to say that with this amount of money I have, this is the kind of business I can go into. And so we will help you with the different resources available to be able to invest in something that is really sustainable, that can help you to be able to take care of your families. And we know when the woman is doing well, this one is by research, and so all the family will also thrive. And so one of the key things is to empower them, is to let them know what they need to know in the chosen fields that they have. And also when we are doing this, then we try and link them to other support groups. Because it's one thing when you have your own business, and it's another knowing others who are also into similar trades so that you can share ideas. And that is also one key way, because when you are doing something, another person is doing the same thing in another way, and you share ideas, it helps you to know how to better your own ideas and to make it more viable for you. And so one thing we also do is to help them, link them up with other like-mindedness of business ideas so that they can share issues amongst them and then discuss how best they can thrive on their businesses. And I must also say that in doing this, we also see that the younger ones must be mentored. Normally, when they are growing up, they look up to the elder ones, and what are they doing that they can pick up? And so sometimes we put them, we call it the gender equality clinics, where we put young boys and girls into teams, and then we try to bring on board others who have excelled in various disciplines for them to tell them what they have gone through. And normally, we take people who have been in that same locality with them, who understand their plight, who have been through what they are also going through, and tell them that if I've been able to come to this level, even with all that I face, then you too will be able to make it. So with those mentorship programs, we are able to encourage the young girls and boys to actually aim to achieve their full potential. So to mention, these are some of few but practical ways we are trying to help sustain the gains we have as a ministry.
Very well. Now, just briefly, before I move to you, Venon, do you find that women in Ghana fully appreciate and understand sustainability? From where you sit as a ministry, how much of an understanding do you think Ghanaian women have about the sustainability and the pressing need in today's world?
That's a very good one, because, women are not a homogeneous group. And so even with your question, you are putting all women together to say, do they understand sustainability? There are women who do understand sustainability and are working assiduously towards achieving it for the country. And in fact, because we are more than half of the population, if Ghana will really, let me choose my words carefully, but if Ghana will really thrive and then achieve our full potential, we cannot leave the women behind. And so there are some who might not really understand the issues about sustainability. And that is why we need to do more. I always say that the work that the ministry is doing is something that the ministry alone cannot do. So that's why we work with the civil society organizations. That's why we work with individuals who have these foresight and ideas like Nanaya has brought up. That's why we need to work with other NGOs and philanthropists and all those who are having that same mind so that we can push together. Because I had said it earlier, that when we do it in such a manner, we are able to achieve a lot more. It will not be everybody who understands it, but they are still practicing it in the way they feel is okay, just that they don't know this is what is leading to sustainability. So it is for us to engage them. For instance, a woman who is doing something with the environment, maybe a Greek, will not know that these little efforts that I'm putting in, even the food that we are throwing away on the ground, is even serving as manure to fertilize the ground for the next planting. And so some of the things they do are really leading to sustainability, but consciously they might not be aware. And so that's why it behoves on us to really advocate and then train, build their capacities for them to really understand the practices and what it leads to. Women empowerment is really at the center of all the sustainable development goals. Every goal you pick, you cannot take a woman out of a single goal for all the SDGs. Every goal you pick, there is a woman in there who have to do one or two for us to meet that particular goal. And so we just have to bring their minds to it. We just have to continue training, advocating, letting them understand their practices and how it impacts on the sustainable development goals.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So educating, training, and awareness. Now, given that you touched on the SDGs, Venon, if you can highlight that some more, and specifically from your work over the years, because you work both on a private and also engage government, I believe, on sustainability efforts. So what policies or programs will you say that African and specifically the Ghanaian government even, and Africa, of course, because as we know, WISA is not just in Ghana, it's across the continent. What policies or programs will you say can be implemented to better empower women in sustainability?
It always give me the tricky one. If you look at the evolution of the sustainable development, and then it went to we had the MDGs, and then we had the SDGs. God knows what we're going to have after 2030, maybe something with AI and all that. But we're looking forward to it when the SDGs elapse in 2030. You can look at how most countries have sort of evolved. I mean, it has been an international effort, basically understanding the fact that no one country can actually solve the problem alone. Because what the challenges Ghana is facing is the same challenges that other countries are facing. And then it comes to the issue of we need the finance, requisite finance, to be to finance, especially some of the sustainable development projects. Because most capital projects would actually look at the bottom line, profitability, and not aspects of gender equity or diversity or biodiversity or environmental and social governance. And then came the ESGs, which basically is ensuring that we have to look at the three pillars of our society, not just the profit. We have to look at the environment, we have to look at the social aspects, and then the governance aspects, which actually encompasses aspects of gender equality, gender equity, and diversity. So, coming back to your question, I think the type of policies that need to be implemented are the kind of policies that do not ignore the global narrative. I'm saying the global narrative because if you look at most of the funding requirements at the moment and how stringent they are, and coming back to your issue of why are women not capable of developing projects, if you look at the amount of finance that is out there ready to finance development projects, and you look at the number of projects that are there, there's a mismatch. It's like very little projects, big budget. Why? Because some of the projects are not developed with the quality that is required to meet some of these international funding requirements. And so it's always important to bear in mind what Mastock, for example, is looking for if they want to fund a project. It's very important to bear in mind what the bank is looking at if they want to fund a project. They will not fund it simply because you're a woman and you want a project done. No. There are minimum criteria that you have to meet in order to be able to get your project through. So most of the policies that have been developed, you can see a lot of emphasis at the moment on gender. Depends on where you are. In the US, they'll call it DEI. In the UK, they'll call it GETSI. You know, whoever in Europe, I think they're probably tending toward GETSI as well. The aspect of integrating gender equality is becoming very important. Actually, it's very important. But I must emphasize the fact that it is not because it is a gender project that makes it eligible. You just have to ensure that you're following the right protocols, following the guidelines that are offered by these funders so that the project can get funded. So I believe policy development has over the years evolved. You can see a lot of gender issues now in most policy narratives. Whether you like it or not, any bank you go into now in Ghana to get a project funded, they will ask you, how are you dealing with gender equality? Right? So it's a good thing which we have to take advantage of. But as my sister said, we have to sort of empower ourselves. But it's not just empowerment. Empowerment is not enough. We need to be able to leverage platforms like this, like the Women in Sustainability Africa, so that all those entities that are empowering women can then become to start enabling women. Because if you empower without enabling, I don't think you can get anywhere. So I believe most of the policies that empower, there are a lot of them out there, but we need to start seeing policies that are actually enabling. And I believe a platform like this is a catalyst for ensuring that we can have that impetus that would start enabling some of this empowerment that we've seen over the years so that we can actually get things done.
Absolutely. Very well put. There are policies that enable, not just empower. Now, finally, it's going to be my final question, and then we'll throw it to the audience for 3 questions, and then we should be done and prepare for our next panel. You are a queen mother and a market woman, as you highlighted, and you spoke a bit about the struggles or the support that you want from the government. But paint a picture of what sustainability means to yourself and your fellow market women, and how much more can be done from farm to the market.
Thank you. I think when you support a woman, or you establish support to market women, it sustains the whole nation. It sustains the whole nation. Let's work together for a sustainability prosperous Ghana. I think sometimes when the government give the support out to the women, the leaders did not give it to the rightful person. So I will plead to Maslow, whenever you give out any funds to our women in the market, please do a backup check so that you know the money goes to the rightful person. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So sometimes within the market, there are not representatives who are not the right people to give the money to. So once again, putting the charge on Maslow, there's a lot of more work that Maslow has to do, and I'm sure is working on doing, to improve the lives of women in a sustainable manner. Now, as we wrap up this panel discussion, we've already got our 3 hands up. Okay, so where do I begin? More than 3. I'll limit it to 4. Please keep your questions very brief, please. Given that we have 4 panelists, 4 questions. I would love if each question could be directed per panelist, but we'll see how it goes. Joshua, please help me out to have our first guest who is going to be asking the question to either one of our panelists. It would also help if you direct it at a particular panelist, please. Thank you.
Yes, of course, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to finance, and my queen mother is probably the richest person on this panel because your network is your net worth. And nobody talks about the type of social capital that you have, which should be built into a loan facility. If a person knows 7,000 people, that's tangible. That's network. Let's build it into the loan facility and see us work that network. If it's our net worth, then let's make it worth something. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. So that's more of a charge, really, I think, on us, and particularly on Maslock as well. Please, thank you so much for that submission. Yes.
Thank you, and I'm also doing a short contribution again to our traditional roles in sustainability. A lot of things that I think was intimated, we used to practice, but we've stopped. And today, I think the only virgin forests we have in Ghana are the Nananumumpo, where we have kept it traditionally. Our traditional farming practices used to be more sustainable than what they're pushing on us today. And so for me, and again, this one is a charge to all of us. We need to go back, but also need to spread the message of sustainability. Our young children, our students, are we there yet? Because you have people who graduate, or even at the universities. I teach at the University of Ghana, and you would see dustbins with labels, and yet we would put kenke in the plastic. Come on. I wonder who we are and what we're thinking. But yeah, we have a lot to do. And so when we say how many women are aware, not a whole lot. Many are just living life, forgetting that we cannot live life if we're not conscious about our environment. I think, yeah, Vernon says that we are the future. We were given the earth, and without it, we are nothing. So we need to be very conscious about how we live our lives and teach it to everybody who is willing to listen. Personal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such a powerful charge there. We've got another question. And yes, it's important we return home as Ghanaians, as Africans. We've got many traditional practices that are sustainable and were sustainable way before sustainability became a topic. So thank you so much for sharing.
Okay, thank you. The president of the Just Born Ladies Club. Oftentimes we hold these sessions and we leave out the men. We women already know so much about ourselves. What about those that we partner with? Whether we like it or not, gender disparity exists. And for us to bridge those gaps, the people that we are partnering with need to understand our issues, the people we work with. So if we are holding such sessions, I employ or I'm pleading that we intentionally strategically position ourselves to involve more men in these discussions, because most of them sit at the top and they are going to help us or propel us to move forward. And also, we can leverage on forums like the CEO Awards Forum. WISA can also position itself, now that we've launched it, when we are having these awards. That's where we have a lot of CEOs there. We can voice out our message to them so that it sinks in. Most of them do not even understand our issues. And it's not that it's deliberate. They don't understand it, so they cannot come forward to help us or to voice or add their voice to our issues. Also, let's leverage on data. If we don't have the data to support our advocacy, nobody's going to take us seriously. We must have data in whatever that we are doing. Data is it will even help us in the kind of training or the kind of empowerment we are giving to our women. Without the data, we are going to do a wholesale training, and it's not, at the end of the day, it's not going to benefit the women that we want to help. So that's my contribution.
Thank you so much. So we've had 3 submissions, yes?
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Edmond, and I want to thank the leaders or the organizers of this event. My plea is to add to what my sister said, that the discussions and the suggestions that will be coming out of this thing should be put together and send it to the key stakeholders so that a formulation of policies will cover some of these things. and let's network with those who make key decisions so that things will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Aja Stephen Tete. I want to direct my question to the Maslock executive. Now, as a young business owner, I'm quite happy to be here because Women in Sustainability Africa seem to be doing the right thing for us. I have two ladies who I've employed recently to work with me in my food business. In your submission, you mentioned how Maslock gives out loans in groups. But for someone like me, I don't operate in groups. I'd like to know, is there a package or something that you can do for people who run individuals? Like as entrepreneurs as we are, we struggle a lot with capital. And so for me, I'd like to know if you have packages that support individuals who are trying their best to do whatever they can do to survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, yes. This is a good one. And as I told you, you are an entrepreneur, right? And you own a restaurant. Let's say a restaurant. You've employed so many people. I can see them in your T-shirts. Good. They are not your employees. So, yes, you are helping create employment and you are empowering your fellow youth. Good. So you can come to the office. Yours is a special package, right? It's a special package. So, I said you come in groups. So I was referring to the market women, the artisans who come together. But even some of the artisans come individually and we give them. So you can come as an entrepreneur. And I was telling you that, okay, I didn't say this, but Maslock is ready to support 16,000 youth or people in agribusiness this year, just this year, 2025. We are ready to support people in agribusiness, poultry, fish farming, in agriculture. Okay, so somebody like you, and I know Reverend Gifty is here. She wants to venture into farming. So she will need to come and talk to us. So we are ready to support people in farming because with the farming, it will help create jobs. You employ farm managers, we will employ laborers, and we can even help with the tractors, with the combine harvesters, with the planters. So just come and talk to us. So as an entrepreneur, you can come to us, not necessarily going in to partner with other people.
That's a perfect answer to your question, I believe. And good news. This is the big announcement from Maslock.
Yes.
This is the big announcement. Okay, please.
People into farming.
16,000 people into
Maslock
farming.
Is doing it.
Wonderful. This
Under
is the big
our
announcement.
able leader, CEO, Honorable Abigail, and His Excellency John Dramani.
Wonderful. This deserves another round of applause. So that, as you have it, ladies and gentlemen, is the big announcement from Maslock. And talking about this initiative, it would obviously help with employment. Perfect timing for us to be joined by the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment, Honorable Abdul-Rashid Pelpuo. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, Honorable. And we'll be hearing from him shortly. I must add that too, for taking time within your busy schedule to be there, to be here with us today. Just highlighting, further rehashing the importance of WISA. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you. Any other question? Many questions. We can't take all questions, I should have you know. But we will have the opportunity to ask some of our panelists when we're through. But do go ahead. Okay. 3 more questions and we'd round it up.
Hi. Please, my question is about the loan. And as a young lady, I don't think when you want to start a business, you should start with a loan. I think maybe if you have a business, if you have a business running and you know that I have a money there, so if I take the loan, maybe I can. If I take the loan and I'm not able to get the money like I'm expecting, and at the end of the day,
okay.
I get her.
So I guess she's asking about the. You get her question right.
Okay, let's take it. As human beings, we are not in control of death and sickness. So imagine if I take the loan and I ended up falling sick or something else, and at the end of the day, I have to take that same loan that I took to the hospital. So now what happens to the money? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Would you like to go ahead with it now? I believe she's asking about why don't we have the 2 remaining questions and then we have them all answered. And if you have any questions for our other panelists, in addition to Maslock, please go ahead. 2 final questions, please.
All right, thank you very much. So I think that I'll pick up from one of the comments made by the ladies. I work in Agric, I work with Farmerline, and my interest is in impactful initiatives. So one of the things that I've seen is that from women groups, VSLAs, farmers that we've worked with, there's history to show that they are creditworthy. However, when it comes to payment, there's the influence of the family, especially the husbands. So I have like a typical example where the women were willing to pay. They were actually on the verge of completing their repayment, and then it was left with the interest. And then their husbands say, oh, it's not important to pay it. Now, with that background, with that experience, as a business, you are motivated to continue supporting such people, such groups. So I concur with the lady about involving men, not necessarily top profile men, like their husbands. I don't know if programs are intentional about that, because I don't see that in a lot of programs or initiatives that are being done. But I think there has to be a deliberate effort to also educate the men. At the end of the day, when the woman earns, it benefits the entire family. So encouraging them to also be creditworthy, continue paying the loans, is very important. That's one aspect. The other aspect I want to ask our gentleman on the panel, you mentioned your background in eco sustainability. So it happens that if you're in Agric, if you don't have money, you would want to do the sustainable practices, maybe organic fertilizers, maybe minimum tillage, so on. But when you start earning more, it's the chance to now destroy the environment, basically. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So, okay. So what I'm saying is that when people start earning more, now they want to be able to use more inorganic fertilizers. They want to use more machinery that are not helpful to the environment. So how do we balance this? Because we are aiming towards commercialization as a country if we want to feed the world. How do we balance sustainable practices and commercialization?
Okay. So that's for Venon. And the final question, we have one in the front row here.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, we've got a gentleman.
Yeah, my name is Eric. I'm from Maro Alliance Group of Young Entrepreneurs. This question goes to our only man in the middle. Okay, looking at us, we are also part of the eco-friendly system. We are planting one house, 3 coconut seedlings. And looking at where we started from, in corresponding to your idea, what can you do to also to help us to start this sustainable initiative? The eco-friendly initiative. Please come again.
So he's asking what it does.
Okay, for us, we are into agro-business. Yes, agro-business. Planting 3 coconut seedlings in one household. So we are advocating each household to get at least 3 coconut seedlings. So looking at your ideas, what can you also do to help us to put up this initiative? Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the questions. If there's a final question directed at our Queen Mother, I will take it.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Adrienne Williams. I'm the CEO of Pan-African Friends.
Please do speak up.
Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
this better?
It's much
Okay.
better.
My name is Adrienne Williams. I'm the CEO of Pan-African Friends. It's a U.S. and Ghana-based NGO. My question for the Queen Mother is, when it comes to partnership, what indicators do you look for from organizations or entities you choose to partner with in furtherance of your goals, that they are a serious and reliable partner and a good match for you? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. I'm trying to pick up why everyone is laughing. Wondering if that question should be directed to, but I'm sure our Queen Mother in her own capacity can handle that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your questions. We'll have a second panel and you'll have the chance to ask some more questions. So that does it for our questions now. Thank you. Thank you very much for them. We know there's much more you'd like to ask, but we wouldn't want to keep you too long. So please, our dear panelists, if you can try to make your responses brief in about a minute to tackle them, a minute each, and then we will be done. Thank you.
Okay, I think most of it's just one question. Most of them were just charges or suggestions. So the lady who asked about what if you default, when she started her question, I was so happy nodding. Then she went ahead to talk about defaulting. Because initially she said, it's not good to start a business with a loan. That's a young entrepreneur, straight from school, you have a business idea, you go and start with a loan. It's not good. I wouldn't advise anybody to do it. I was talking to someone during the coffee break, and I told her, start something. With the little amount you have, start it. Have evidence, have proof, show it. So when you come to me for a loan, you already have something started. I've seen your pictures, I've seen your videos, I've seen your works on social media handles. I will be safe, I will be happy, knowing very well you are already guaranteed I can give you a facility. But straight from school, you come up, you want to start a business, and you go in for a loan. That's even, the experience is not there. You are not trained how to keep your books. I wouldn't advise you to do that. I wouldn't. But in case you default, we have other options. So when you come to the office, we can talk about that. In case you fall sick, or God forbid, if you die, we'll have other ways, because you have to fill forms. You don't just come and we'll give you the money. We have a process we take you through. So we'll know how to recover all that.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, Venon.
Right. I'll address the issue of commercialization and whether it is possible to increase commercialization while preserving the environment. I will take you back to the 60s and the 70s and maybe the early 80s. I think you saw issues about the great smoke in the UK. You have the smoke in China and India as well. And issues of pollution in Europe and America. Well, they sort of adopted that principle of linear economy. Linear as in we would take from the environment, we would make, and then we would dispose anyhow, right? Basically linear. If you sort of look at what was happening then, let's just come to Ghana. Let's just put Accra in perspective. It is said that the population of Accra would be maybe 10 million by 2050, right? Or less or more. And at the moment, in Ghana, we produce about 1.1 million tons of plastics every year. So imagine what will happen in 2050, right? I mean, the efforts of Bus Stop Boys will probably not even contribute to any sort of unlocking of drainages and all that. The balance is in leveraging innovation and technology. So you don't need 100 acres of land because you want to produce more maize. You can actually produce that on 20 acres of land, intensify your production, but then with agric practices that actually protect the environment. This is basically using avoiding NPKs, leveraging soldier fly manure. There's this proliferation of black soldier flies now at the moment, which produce a very sustainable and rich manure, which can actually be used for cultivation. There are those who are actually doing vertical horticulture, right, to avoid the use of many. If you go to Holland, for example, you can see that they produce a lot of food and feed most of Europe, but they don't have as much land as we have in Africa because they've actually leveraged technology to do it. So the beauty is in actually finding a balance. And that can only happen when you have policies that sort of enable this and create the right sort of incentives that will make it possible for those who want to explore that not to be disadvantaged. So it is possible, but then it's just about making sure that you do the right thing, as in leverage the right technology, not just any technology, because you can say leverage technology, but then you get the wrong technology, right? Then you kind of unlock a different sort of problem. You leverage the right technology, the right sort of innovation, get the right kind of people to work with, and have the right sort of understanding of where you have to sell into. Because you can leverage all the technology you want, produce your stuff that you want to export to Europe, but then not actually qualifying because of some technicalities in the product production that disqualifies your product from being exported to Europe. So a lot of things that you have to take into place, but it is possible if you plan properly, integrating the right kind of technology. And to the gentleman who is doing eco-friendly tree planting, great idea. But I think you probably need to work a lot more with the Forestry Commission. We're doing a lot in the space, and they can help you sort of engage with corporates and homes who want to do that. It's a great idea. I think, okay, just I was flying to Minnesota once, and you're flying to the city, right? You see green. So I felt like the whole place is full of forests. But when you go further down, then you start seeing houses. So I asked my brother-in-law, why is it that you guys have so many trees? Oh, we have a law that when you build a house, you have to plant 4 trees. Right? So it's about just making sure that you talk to the right people, convince the EPA or the Forestry Commission to make it law that when you build a house, make sure you contact him to plant 3 or 4 coconuts, right? It is possible. Right.
All right, thank you. That's a brilliant suggestion there. You should certainly not sleep on that. Thank you so much, Vernon, for your response. Now, finally, our Queen Mother. The question was asked as per how you embrace partnerships. And please go ahead and respond to it.
Thank you. As a Queen Mother, and you partner me, as a Queen Mother, I organize widows and aged. I support them in making so many things. Whenever you are coming to partner with me, you will tell me what exactly you are coming to. I will consult my group. If they are comfortable with your terms, we will embrace you. But if they are not, we won't. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very simply put. And it's wonderful to know that you support the elderly and women in your community who need support. Please, yet again, another round of applause for our panel. We are so grateful to you for your time and insights. Vera Bediako, Vernon Sondo, Na Mobo Nalo III, and of course, Khalida Seidu with Maslock. Thank you, thank you.
Session, Dr. Kai Dele, please, let's welcome her. Also, very Reverend Comfort Ruth Kwoti Papafio, Director for Gender, Family and Social Intervention of the Methodist Church of Ghana. Please, let's appreciate her. We'll also have Sherry Donaldson Thompson, aka Mamalu. She's very popular. She's a sanitation advocate and behavior change communication specialist. And then Nana Adiki Manyeu, Adi the first, Queen of Royal Adebayo, Adan traditional area, and the president of the Adan Queen Mothers Consortium. Please, let's welcome her. And so I'm going to be timing myself and timing them as well. So wonderful women, thank you so much for joining. And you look very beautiful, but the people will not spare us if we take too much of their time, especially because lunch is after this. They are. And the interesting part is that those behind the food are women. Labor. Oh, is it false? How many guys did you see there serving you? A couple, exactly, but dominated by women. But let me start with you, Mamalu. In Ghana, for instance, we have more women than men. We have a situation where in all fields, statistics has shown that the women outnumber the men. Why does that not reflect in the jobs uptake when it comes to the gender?
Well, it depends on what jobs you're talking about. If I go into a hotel and I look at housekeeping, it's all women. That's the mentality. The women do the housekeeping, okay? If I go into the accounting area, the men are sitting there because they're taking care of the money. So it depends on what job we're talking about, okay? If I go into the hospital, you have the doctors, men. You have the, nurses, women, And so it's very traditional here in Ghana. But I come from a place that's not that traditional. Doctors are women and men. Nurses are women and men. A man comes into your hospital room and he's the nurse, and that's okay because that's the nurse. Here, man comes into your room and says he's the nurse. You're looking at him and going, "Oh, what happened? You failed, you failed medical school." You understand? Come on, people, we move. 21st century. So we've got to stop that. I think we've been programmed here in Ghana with that Western mentality, and we need to stop. You have the hunter-gatherer mentality. Well, women, the lioness is the hunter, isn't she? Yeah. So, yeah. My cameraman's going, yeah. And the lion, he's with the big mane. He's staying there waiting for the woman to come home with the food, okay? And so we need to sankofa back to what Africa was doing. We were doing things in a communal fashion. Ubuntu, I am because you are. We didn't separate ourselves in this gender
the gender roles.
No, we didn't do that.
Right.
So we need to sankofa.
Okay. So now that she wants us to do sankofa, I want to speak to Reverend because she's in a role that is also dominated by males. And I'm asking myself, why is that so? Is it that God decides to only call men or more men than women? What really is the challenge there?
Thank you very much. Yes. In the church, you find that men are more than women when it comes to leadership.
But then in the congregation, the women are more.
In the congregations, women are more. Like I always say, wherever you hear kinkre, and so, because women have to deal with more problems than men, we go there to find solace. We go there when we have personal problems or challenges. When our husbands have problems, we go there to pray for them. when our children have problems, we go there, and then the men will be back home. So that is it. So now, when I say the church, in some cases I will be referring to the Methodist Church Ghana. In some instances too, I'll be referring to the church in general, including Presby, Anglican, and so on and so forth. Yes, we have more men clergy or more men in leadership than women. In my church, for example, currently we have about 1,500 ministers or clergy. But the women, we women are almost about 200, not yet even 200. Let's say 180 women ministers. It is not as though God is not calling women. No. God started calling women from the very beginning of creation. But, I don't want to waste your time with what the Bible, people in Bible times were doing. You go to the Jews or the Hebrews, you find that there's this whole thing of women behind the scenes. Women, as shifted somewhere, their environment, their culture is all about men, to the extent that even in those days during Jesus' time, if you were a rabbi, you were not to be seen in public talking to a woman. But thanks be to God, Jesus came to overrule all that. Unfortunately, in our system, in our culture here in Ghana and Africa in general, we still have this operating. Traditional and cultural biases and so on. Those are the things that even impact on the church when it comes to admitting women into the ordained ministry. And let me say that even sometimes we use the Bible, certain quotations by the Apostle Paul and so on and so forth are used to relegate women to the background. That is why, and it may interest you to learn that my church, which is the Methodist Church Ghana, started ordaining women only in 1983. And that's a very good start. And we are praying that more and more women will come in. But God called us way back. He is still calling, and He will call women into the ordained ministry.
Amen to that. Now, let me come to you, Dr. Kai. So, even though this has some historical precedent, we've seen it happen in the past, it still has imprints now. How do we address that? So I'm saying that these gender roles did not start today. So historically we've seen the traits, but it's still lingering. Even though we have become more aware, even though we've become more educated than we used to be, among others, how do we deal with it? Because I'm looking at our audience now. I see women in uniform. It's very beautiful. But when you do the breakdown, how many women are really in uniform as compared to their male compatriots?
Hello. That's a great question. Ooh. That would take some thought. However, I believe that Chairman, His Excellency, gave a good framework on how to structure moving forward. I think that's a good start for sure, with understanding how we place it with our law and our day-to-day activities, etc. I honestly believe that as humans, we like to be divided somehow. We like some sort of isms, whether it is gender-based, sex-based. We just love separation for some reason. And I believe historically, we divide, we conquer, we collaborate. We just always go in cycles. And I believe we're always going to do that as humans. I don't necessarily have the answer, but I do, from the discussions today, I do believe we're going in the right direction. However, we do need some structured frameworks on how to do that. And I believe His Excellency gave us some reference to that, and this is also a great platform to do it. But historically, I'm not sure if we're all going to kumbaya to the day we die, because I don't believe humans or God's beings are meant to do that. I think survival of the fittest also comes. There's so much that comes into play, but I believe we're always going to go into cycles until it makes sense.
Right. And let me just throw this out there. When you have a baby girl, what toy do you buy for her? So what? A baby girl, what toy do you buy for her? And then what do you buy for the baby boy? So for the boys, we buy guns for them, we buy cars for them, we buy cars and all of those things. And then the girls, we buy dolls for them, and we tell them play with their hair, braid their hair. So when a boy grows up and now wants to do to plait hair, we call him that. This guy, there's something wrong. So I think fundamentally all of us, we've contributed to the challenge you're seeing now. And that's why it is very important that we have this conversation to now break away from the stereotypes and the norms and to forge paths forward. Now, the Queen Mother here, Nana, you come from an area where you are into mining of salt. What is the situation between men and women engaged in mining of salt in your area?
Thank you very much for the question. But I think before I go into the mining area of what we do in our community, I would also want to contribute to the gender issue you started with. I think one thing we have to look at is the gender roles we assign or that we were brought up with growing up. From the beginning, you are in the house, and then way back then, there is this song, Mother in the kitchen, cooking rice water with Ama. And then Daddy is in the hall watching television or reading newspaper with Kofi. So right from the word go. Is it a song? Yeah, we sing it. Yes, in Ghana. Yeah, Ama in all. Yeah. Okay, so it is something that we grow up with, and then it becomes part and parcel of us. So before we are able to break up from these gender issues, I think we have to, yes. So we need to at least unlearn some of these things, and then going forward, it will impact on the way we do our things. Thank you.
So in the mining sector in Adan, have we unlearned?
We are unlearning.
So do you have more women in the sector as compared to men?
Yes, we have a lot of women. When you come at the mining concession or you come to the mining communities, a lot of the women are the ones actually doing the mining. However, they do not own the portions that they are mining, and that is the issue. The concession or the areas in which they are mining belongs to men. And then the women are doing the laborer job, and then at the end of the day, they are giving something small. As in every sector that you find women, it's like we are being marginalized in one way or the other. So that same thing applies to the mining community or the mining sector. But we as the traditional authorities in Adan, we are doing our best to ensure that the women are also impacted or they are empowered to be on their own aside the mining of the salt.
So from the conversation we are having, for me, at the heart is economic empowerment. Because when the woman is economically empowered, she can take decisions and not have to depend. But Mama Lou, how do we go about it? Because we've heard of empowerment for decades, but it looks like the problem still lingers. What are we not getting right?
I'm probably going to make some enemies today. I want women, instead of becoming side chicks, to get a sideline. Did you hear me?
I think you'd have to repeat this.
I want women, instead of becoming side chicks, to get a sideline. It is up to us to empower ourselves. I'm sorry, a man cannot empower me. Hallelujah.
Amen.
My empowerment comes from within. Okay? Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. If you believe it, conceive it, and achieve it. Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. Nobody can empower me but myself.
Succinctly put, nobody can empower you better than you can empower yourself. Interesting. That's it. Okay. Reverend, you see, I sit here and I'm also looking at our situation here in Ghana, what persists. So, for instance, I was in a workshop with the director at the Gender Ministry. We're talking about women in media and how women in media seem to have specific limitations. So, for a woman, it's either you're reporting, I'm breaking it down for you. You're reporting on health, social issues, then we leave the politics for the men because that one is hard. We leave business, top business for the men, few women in that area. These are clear discriminations. How do we stamp these ones out? Even in the church.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to continue from where the last speaker ended. That no one can empower her. She will empower herself. Yes, from what we are seeing in Ghana, in Africa, and even in the church, that it appears various roles are assigned to various, like, sexes or genders. Like you rightly said, this is too tough for women, so we have to let the men do it. I think it's high time we women decided to consciously, purposefully, intentionally decided that we are also endowed with skills, with talent, with graces by God to be, and if you like, expertise to be able to do certain things, to take up certain roles. You know, I don't blame the men for thinking that way or for treating us that way, because sometimes you ask a woman to do something and then she would tell you, oh, I don't think I can do it. Meanwhile, and I have experienced it a lot. In my church, in my ministry, sometimes I come across certain young women ministers, and I want to help them do things. You ask them, okay, at the end of this program, you will do this. Oh, please, I can't tell whether you can or not, you are going to do it. And then they do it, you see that they do it wonderfully. Well, and so I asked them, but you told me you couldn't do it, and they would smile. So I think we have to take it upon ourselves. Sometimes, you know, they may do it for some good reasons, trying to be protective. And one thing I don't like is men deciding to protect me against, you know, whatever I don't see is there. You know, whatever danger I don't see is there. Sometimes they may be genuine, but mistaken. In other cases too, it's a very subtle way of, you know, pushing the women aside so that they would be in the lead. So my point is, I take inspiration from my late mother. She never had formal education, but trust me, that woman was a tough woman. And no, she wouldn't allow anybody to put her down. So it is up to us. They will tell you, oh, as for this elections, I don't want to be straightforward. I want to speak in parables. You know, if these elections, this female minister is going to contest, we can't vote for her because the terrain of that area is too difficult, so for you as a woman, you can't. Meanwhile, and that is in the church, meanwhile, you go to the secular world, that very place, there are other women who are working for the government, who are working for private organizations and so on, who are there and doing very well, thriving. But because you are in the church, the place is not safe for you. It's a nice way of putting you aside. So women, we have to grab every opportunity that comes our way and trust that God has created us in his image and he created us equal with men. We shouldn't bring ourselves down. But let me caution us,
Okay.
Caution us. Last point, let me caution us women. One thing I always speak against is tokenism. Oh, because she is a woman and we need women to do it, let us put her there. Once they put you there and you can't do it, you are not able to do it, then it affects them. And say, we said it is because she is a woman, she couldn't do it. But in most cases, we can do it. So don't let us allow ourselves to be put down. Let's go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mamalu, you want to briefly add to that?
Yeah, just
okay, briefly.
There's a thing called false humility, and that's what that is. Oh, no, that's false. It's a lie.
You mean
okay?
Krama Humbrasia?
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie. Okay? You can't do it. If you can do the job, just do the job. Oh, what are you doing? You think husband will want to go, Oh, I know some of you. Oh, I've seen you. Okay? Husband is not going for, he's going for somebody that can move with him. So let's stop the false humility and move on.
Okay. So, Dr. Kai, let me come to you, and I promise this time I'll make it hard. Yes. But you see, one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that women themselves need to empower themselves. Now, these women empower themselves. They are doing whatever it takes to get the position. Then there is the practical barrier of people feeling, if I give you the job, it's not like you're not qualified. And my auntie suffered same. She got out of UCC with a first class. She never got a job in Ghana. Because at every job interview, first class woman, and which means that when you join, you would easily rise. And so she's not going to get a job. There is that barrier of people saying, when we give you the job, somebody's wife, you go and get pregnant, then you have to go on maternity leave, and because of that the job will suffer. So why should I give you the job? But the man will never go on maternity leave. He will never have all these concerns. How do we address these barriers that really exist? We will pretend, we are enlightened. It doesn't exist. But the truth is that these barriers exist for women, and they are still fighting these things in corporate institutions.
Okay, I think like my sister over there, I might make some enemies in here as well. I don't believe in barriers. I don't believe in ceilings. I don't believe in skies. I just believe in doing what I need to do to get the job done. I don't see it. I don't even hear a no. I hear different versions of a yes. I literally don't, or else I would not have been able to get this far. And just a little background on myself. I mean, my mother is American. She married a Nigerian man. She had me as a teenager. And every year after me, I was the firstborn. She had a child. So by the time my mother was 18, I was firstborn. It was about 4 or 5 of us running around. And she was here at Nigeria by herself. So imagine a teenage mom with all these toddlers by herself. And I, an American woman in Nigeria at that. And I saw my mom not doing well. I didn't understand being an adult, but I did see her cry a lot. So I knew that probably wasn't being fun. So I went to her and I said, Mom, what's wrong? And she said, I miss my home. I miss my family. I need help. And I didn't understand what that meant, but I stepped up. I was young. My mother said, my father told me this story too. They thought I was going to school. I went to the U.S. Embassy. I told the embassy my mother is suffering, she's American, and that we need to go home. So I took and I went back and forth there till they listened to me. I took the ambassador to my house. They gave us all visas because my mom didn't have money. They shipped us home. When we got to the States, my mom was still a teenager. She was young. I was the first of 7. I got a job. You know what I mean? I put everyone through boarding school. I paid for their college. I did everything I needed to do. It wasn't, I don't see boy, girl. I don't see black, white. I see things that has to get done, and I get it done. That's it.
Get it done.
Okay.
You're from New York? Get it done. New Yorkers, we get it done.
Okay. We to Accra people, we get it done.
But I will say there are cultural differences.
Exactly.
That I definitely respect. So I try to make sure I'm clear with that. Could I do that in Ghana? Could I do that if I were a Nigerian girl and not have American citizenship? Probably the story would be very different. But I will say no matter where you're from, we are built the same. Just get it done. Just don't see it. Just get it done.
So practically, you are in a corporate institution. You are equally qualified like your male compatriots. But then the only distinguishing factor is that you're female. He's male. Now, the one offering the job says, I would choose the male over you because you would have pregnancy. It would take you away from work. It would affect my productivity. And I'm hammering on that because it became a very big issue when we're dealing with the cases at the workshop. So in that case, what does the woman do? She's empowered herself, but then she's going through something that changes her body to bring life into the world. But the manager does not understand that and decides that because of this situation, I need to give the job to somebody else. And that's what I'm asking. Practically, how do we deal with this? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to answer it. In life, we have to take responsibility. We have grown over the years with this mentality, with this conception, but it's a misconception anyway, because we've seen our mothers get pregnant from day one. Some will even go to Makola, go and sell, and then they will come that evening, they will come and put to bed. 3 days' time, they are jumping on their feet. So it's the issue about responsibility. Once you take responsibility, one woman finds herself in a corporate institution and does it well, another woman, then we are changing that mentality about us. But if we are also brought up in that mentality and we go to the corporate institution and exhibit that, once we are pregnant, then we start doing our thing. Pregnant. Even pregnant is different anyway. But once we are given the opportunity and we are pregnant, then at the background of our minds, then we start behaving and living according to that. It will be difficult for those things to be changed. Because mind you, the entrepreneur or the businessman has also invested his or her money. And they need results. They need you to work for them to be able to pay you and pay other state institutions or the regulators. So you can't come and say because you are pregnant, you have to be pregnant. It is natural. But one, we need to plan. You can't just go and enter into an institution today and tomorrow you are pregnant. You have to put all those things into consideration. You have to plan. Yes, as a woman, as a young graduate, what are your plans? You have graduated and then you marry. So you can have a plan. Okay, I want to work. For this next 2 years, I'm not going to get pregnant. I have to work for 2 years, and then I will get married, I will get pregnant. But if we don't plan and then do like that, the person will also be looking at their cost of investment, and then it will affect us.
So me, that is what I can say. We have to take responsibility and plan.
Take responsibility. Don't get a job today and get pregnant tomorrow. At least wait small, 3 months.
One of the things.
But Mama, look, okay, Reverend wanted to chip in. Okay, then I'll come back to you.
I just want to add something to what. Yes, we have to take responsibility and plan. Yeah, and but in some cases, it's not as though the lady is planning not to get pregnant within the first couple of years or maybe 3 years. It's like the manager or the owner of whatever outfit doesn't want women in that particular position. I think in that case, you know, the manager also should, that organization too should plan and make room for women. A woman can start the work. I mean, sometimes we go on leave and other people are brought in to fill our place until we resume. So we men, sometimes patriarchalism also contributes to that. So as a man, you see, I'm trying to say, if your mother hadn't given birth to you, hadn't gotten pregnant and given birth to you, would you have been there? You see, so sometimes such persons should also be considerate. You see, let me chip in this story. Somebody shared it with me, that in a certain country in Africa, in the church, a young lady who appeared before a panel for an interview in preparation towards becoming a minister was there. And one of the bishops who happened to be on the panel had this big stomach on which he puts his cross when he wears his cassocks and other things, and this big stomach. And then this man asked the young lady, now that you want to become a minister, when you get pregnant, what are you going to do and how are you going to officiate at this and that? And unfortunately for him, the only woman on the panel got so furious and told him, ask yourself, what do you do when with your pregnancy, your own pregnancy? What do you do with your own pregnancy? So that is that. I think in as much as we women have to plan, sometimes it depends. If, let's say, a woman married very late at age 37, 38, 39, and you want her to wait for 2 years before she gets pregnant, and we should consider all this, and then it should be mutual. If you like, it should be mutual. Thank you.
And one thing I've realized that now companies are becoming aware. So now they are making room for nurseries in the companies so that when the mothers give birth, they bring the babies to work, put them in the nurseries and work, and they become even more efficient because now there's peace of mind. But you leave your child with a nanny home. You don't have a nanny come. When you come back, the child, you can tell that she's feeling peace. You can't tell what happened. And so your child is home with a nanny, but you're at work and your mind is basa. So you cannot even focus. You leave the child in kindergarten and you're not even certain how the child gets home because the school bus has to take the child home. So please, companies, I beg, make these things available. Let the children, let the mothers be able to have a comfortable part.
Men too have to be given paternal leave.
I agree.
But I hope when you are given the paternal leave, you stay home and do what you are saying.
So, mommy, this one, dear. So for. All right, Mama Lou.
Okay.
Right.
Now, we're talking about women and labor. And I want you to understand this. Here's the solution. I've only worked for a couple of companies. Most of the time, I worked for myself. Now, when I got to Ghana and I told people I work for myself, they were like, so where's your office? In my house. I'm doing things as a consultant, and I do my work in the house, and I go to my client, and we talk about what's happening. They didn't see that as, now, after COVID, remote work is getting money. Everybody's asking me, can I work for a company in the US? Yeah. Do you have the skills? Do you know about AI? Hello? Raise your hand if you know what AI is. Raise your hand high. Okay? Now, artificial intelligence does not replace actual intelligence. Yeah, I said it. But you should know what artificial intelligence is, and you should know what tools are available for you in the workplace with artificial intelligence. So there are skill sets that you must incorporate so that you become an employable person. And you can do remote work now. Okay, all right, hold on. When the internet is working well, that's a problem. Okay, which is why I stay up like 24 hours a day, which is why His Excellency said 24-hour economy, and I said, I'm already doing that one. Because you have to get the internet at the time it's working real good.
Yeah.
And that midnight to 5 o'clock, honey, you can get stuff done. All right?
Right.
And that's when you, as a woman, can do some remote work for some companies in the States. But realize this, they do not work on Ghana Man time, no GMT. They don't do that one. You must meet their lifelines. Yeah, I don't say deadlines anymore because I'm not trying to die. I say lifelines, okay? I don't care. I'm flipping the script. I'm 63. I can flip some script, okay? Get your work in on time because over there, they don't care what your excuses are. Oh, the lights went out, so don't you have a generator? You know, that part. That is something that you can do now to get into the market, into the labor market. Explore those solutions. Explore those places. There is no glass ceiling there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Lou. So, Dr. Kai, let me come to you. And prepare your questions. They'll be very, hey, they said yes. Hey, no questions. All right, so Dr. Kai, you've been doing a lot of work with men. So how can men also support to make sure that women are able to get into the right places and function properly? Because there is evidence that when a woman is put in the right place with the right skill set, she's more likely to succeed than a man. So what role can we also play, whether he for she is?
I think I'm blessed to come from such a unique position. In creating my foundation for men, I honored men who have achieved a lot in their respective sectors, and I brought those men back into the community to help the community, help our families, and speak to women with the he for she. And in my own practice, I've realized that communication is key. A lot of men did not understand the challenges and barriers sometimes. So some part of it is just educating the men. These are my barriers. These are my challenges. And I believe that we feel that, what is that thing? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, or whatever. Yeah, that doesn't exist. We're all from Earth. So we all have to speak Earth language. We have to speak Earth language to each other. So I don't believe we speak to each other like we should. I remember practicing as a psychologist when I did marital counseling. The wife would come in to my sessions And the wife would say, please, whatever you do, don't tell my husband what I'm telling you. I don't want him to know what I'm really thinking. I don't want him to be upset. And the husband would say, whatever you do, tell my wife everything I'm telling you, because I want her to understand where I'm coming from. So we organically, historically, biologically, we just don't sometimes see eye to eye, and we don't communicate. But in doing the Made Man Foundation, which I've worked with thousands of men, I talk to the men about what's really going on, and they talk to me. It's a human-to-human engagement. I'm not going to them as a girl that needs a boy's help or vice versa. I'm going to them as a human that needs another human to step up, and we need to get this done. So it's not a boy-girl. I don't have boy-girl conversations often. I'm like human to human. We're in this together. Let's get this done. So I don't give people space to really put me in that girl place. But again, a lot of that is cultural. So I do want to put that as a preface, because in working in Africa, woo, it's a whole different story. But and believe me, no offense here, but Nigerian men, Ghana men are much nicer. Well, they're much easier to work with.
Oh yes, we'll take our flowers.
Right. So with that being said, I'm a New Yorker. I deal with Nigerian men. I deal with I just don't see myself as a girl in those conversations. I don't give you that room to put me there. So that's pretty much how I work with that.
Okay, please, let's put our hands together for them. I'm really, by UI, I've not even said anything. Your hand is up. I'm really dreading this session, but please, because of time, I would like to keep it snappy. But come on, let's get your questions. I'll take the first three. Okay, so the Queen Mothers Association, we'll take a microphone, please, to go down. We'll take one, the Queen Mother, yes. Okay, my brother here. And then, hey, my sister in the uniform. Yeah, so the Queen Mother will take my sister, and then, okay, we'll take here, then we'll come to this side.
Okay.
So Chair, everybody's hand is up. All right, let's go.
My name, once again, is Nana Utubia II. So as you were talking, I was looking at the gender inequality. And then you all said, oh, there shouldn't be barrier. We have to break the ceiling. But I'm saying to you that with the Queen Mothers, we have a very, very thick ceiling that we can't break. Why am I saying so? We are not part of the decision-making body at the regional and the national House of Chiefs. And so whatever we come and do here, it is at the discretion of that Queen Mother whether to break the law and go ahead to articulate whatever she has come here to learn at her traditional area without any hindrance. Some of us fought, advocate, and then we organize other fora to make sure the affirmative action bill is passed. We eventually evaded the parliament, and then the speaker had no option than to invite the chieftaincy minister and the women caucus in parliament to make sure that the bill is passed. Now the bill is passed. Initially, when it was passed, the men were like, oh, so now we will take 5 Queen Mothers, paramount Queen Mothers from region to represent the national. We're happy. What happened? The national and the regional House of Chiefs have had about 6 meetings without involvement of Queen Mothers. So when I saw the inequality, gender inequality, I was happy, and I was hoping and wishing that the labor minister would be here for a moment for me to, tell him that the law has been passed. What we need now is the enforcement. What we actually need now is the enforcement. How can a decision be taken at the regional House of Chiefs? when it involves a queen mother or a woman whose daughter has been defiled, because the people sitting at the panel are all chiefs. So if it is a chief that is involved, they pat each other at the back, and the case die a natural death.
Right.
All we are saying is that we need support to advocate, to educate, and make more noise so that this law will be enforced. Other than that, after the making of noise, we have tried the first, second one. Maybe we'll resort to the Supreme Court for an interpretation. And so all I'm saying is that, who knows, those of you sitting behind me, you may be potential paramount queen mother, potential divisional queen mother, potential traditional leaders. And so you have to join this cause and make sure inclusivity is there at the regional and the national level. Other than that, what we all came here to do will be left here, because if you go back to your traditional area or your traditional council, the onus lies on the paramount chief. If you are not strong like me, you can't even organize a deba. They will threaten you with distillment.
Okay.
I have gone through the distillments. I won my case at the regional house, and so there's nothing to be afraid of. But what about my colleague queen mothers? Some are very quelled in their shell because they are being intimidated, domineering, and being told that you dare do this, you dare do that. And so all region queen mothers, our main aim is to advocate for inclusivity in decision-making level. Thank you.
Nana Otubia the second, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, so we do that, then.
Okay. My name is Mame Safwa, a prospect from Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority. Now, my suggestion has to do with religion and then culture. Now, speaking as a Ghanaian, to be very honest with you, I can't boast of my culture because I've grown to realize that some of the things that we stick to are actually bringing us down in the name of culture. What do I mean when I say this? Growing up, my mom would always tell me, Mami Safwa, come and learn how to cook so that when you marry, you can cook for your husband. This education has to start with our mothers and how we are socialized into our societies. We must train girls, we must make them understand that we are not on earth for men. I dare to say this. We were not created for men. Well, you can still have your opinion. This is mine. So, most of the time, my mom would tell me, come and cook, come and learn how to cook, not for yourself, but okay, what will you do if you go to your husband's house and you can't cook? He will definitely bring you back. And so we train these girls growing up to think that we are nurturing them for marriage, and they are not. Look, I've had an aunt tell me that in Tree they say, that means a woman's glory is attached to marriage. I don't know, but I don't think that is the right phrase or whatever to use. And so because of this, psychologically, I was affected. In studies, and now I'm a graduate, and my aunt keeps on telling me, hey, so when are you bringing somebody? And you are growing, I'm only 22. What am I supposed to be looking for? I'm not against marriage. I'm not against relationships. But we must understand that these things that society have framed are not necessarily things that we need to stick to. Please, is that clear? That's a little suggestion I can make. Thank you.
Okay. But I thought you people wanted to go for lunch. Now you don't want lunch again. So I should take the lunch home. Hey, ayo. I know, we'll come.
I'm Prince DeGrant Brampon from Auction Export. I want to ask that what can we do to appreciate the labor of women And also, how can women empower themselves in their workplace?
Okay, so I hope you have the question. What can we do to appreciate women? And then the second one. Onia. Oh, please, the second one. We didn't get the second one. What can women do to also empower themselves? Thank you. Let's take the next one. Quickly, please. Quickly. And then when you finish, please come to the west side.
Thank you. My name is Priscilla. I'm from the Forestry Commission. In our first panel, we said a lot about empowering. Then I got to understand that empowering is making aware. And so in this second discussion, I'm beginning to realize that we have empowered, the men have heard, but it has not imbibed. Because once a woman gets empowered, then there is a power play. We don't call for it. But because you have gotten to a stage and then you have attained, automatically you get to witness this power play. That is why I appreciate what Reverend was talking about. So the men tend to think that they are protecting you. They are shelving you. Meanwhile, they think that they are shielding you. So the message I would like to our men to get is that please do not just hear it. Do not just understand it. Imbibe it. Live it. And then allow us go. And then allow us be. Do not protect us. Let us take the steps you also take. Thank you.
We will not protect you again. We have stopped. All right. Yes, next. All right. Sure.
My name is Elom. I'm a baller man. In other words, I work in waste management. I'm a founder, and my co-founder is a woman. She's never been to the field. In other words, she's never lifted any trash. Whenever we go to we do any field work. Meaning, Bisano. There was an incident where we were short one man, and then we needed to get somebody to work. And I asked one of the ladies, please join the other guy to go to the field so that you collect the waste from the houses. Me your bar, that is, I'm a woman. Why do you send me to go and collect waste? So that is my first question. Is it right or wrong? And then number two.
Is she here?
She's not here.
Would have just baptized her here, right here.
And then number two, if you are in your house and I send a waste picker to come and pick your trash and the person is a woman, how would you feel? Will it be accepted or to be frowned upon?
But she's working.
Yeah, so
okay,
that is
but
what
it's a question. Please. We are tolerant of views, diverse views. I know, last one. I'll remind you. Last one.
Okay, thank you very
for
much.
For now, wait.
My name is Juliana.
Auntie Julie.
I'm a CEO of Juliana Holistic Healthcare Services. Yes, just to add to what she said, taking it from the Word of God for women to empower ourselves is from Proverbs 31:14. God even described us. It starts from the virtuous woman. And 14 tells us that we are like a merchant ship. A woman is like a merchant ship. I don't know who knows what a merchant ship is? A merchant ship can carry about 1,000 to 13,000 of containers that we see by the roadside. That when we get closer, we'll just be running away from it because we are afraid. A woman is heavy. That's heavy duty work. A woman is so in this, what does merchant ship do? It carries people's properties, people's goods, everything that people hope on. And you see, it travels on waters. It travels on places that you cannot travel. So we are not ordinary people.
Thank you.
Women are not ordinary.
You cannot be ordinary.
Yes, we are not.
How can you be ordinary?
This is God Himself telling us who we are.
Right.
Are you getting me? So when we appear, when a merchant ship appears at the harbor, people just rest. With hope. They know that their goods have arrived. Their properties have arrived. I just want you to know who you are. Don't underestimate yourself. God has endowed us with so much riches, with wisdom, intelligence, and you can do so many things at a time. And this is all I want to tell you. Don't wait for any man. I'm not saying that you should not respect. The men are our bosses. All respect. Are you getting me? But stand and do something. Help your community. Stand in for women. And at times, at times we the women, we are I don't know how to even, but we find trouble for ourselves at times. Because if you train your daughter, as you are growing, you are not an ordinary woman. You are supposed to go and serve humanity. Go and serve them. And not only go and serve your husband. I think that will help us a lot.
Okay. So the goods are coming. I beg, bring the goods. And let the goods come. And let's hear from Nana Ya Sewa Support. Now, she has to contribute to this. Because she's the reason why we are gathered here. Nana, you've heard so much.
Yeah. We're having fun, isn't it?
Right.
Okay, so there's just a little contribution I want to make. There's something that I love to talk about, and the gentleman, the baller man. Baller man, yeah. Yeah, man. Kind of brought my mind to it. We live life through our mental capacity. And that's a truth that we must know. Life is conquered through our thoughts. What we can visualize, we can achieve. If you ever thought about something and you cannot visualize the end and see it, it will be difficult for you to achieve it. So the lady, your partner, who does not want to get her hands dirty, okay, so same point. Same point that I want to make. That's why I asked if she's here. There is, whatever we put our mind to, we can achieve. There's nothing too high, nothing too low, an idea. Zoom Lion started by collecting waste that people are discarding, and it turned into something else. And yes, and they are here with us, the Jospond group. I'm sure some are even, yes, they are in the auditorium with us. And there is something that we have to know as women. I began by saying that we live life and conquer it through our mind. The moment you start seeing yourself as a weak vessel of a woman, that you shall be. So you would exclude yourself from certain opportunities. That's a fact. God may have a big vision for you. You could have great skills, great talent, great potential. But just because you could not see it yourself, and no one can see it for you, you've got to vision it yourself. Visualize it. So if you're able to do that, then you would not say this thing is too low for me. But you would rather see the value that it will bring. When we say we have to break through the glass ceiling, it really means, the true meaning of what it is is that you will not see yourself as a woman, like a weaker vessel, as defined by some. But rather, you see yourself as a full-blown human being with great potential that the Lord has put inside of you. And that whatever you put your mind to, that you can achieve. You are your only obstacle. When someone does something wrong and they say, oh, it was the devil, or it was someone. No. You can only give permission to someone to hurt you. You can only give permission to someone to be an obstacle to you. So as women, we must know this. That's why I always say, and that's one of the things, the pinnacles that Women in Sustainability Africa is built on, why we are standing side by side with men. Men have not done anything to us. The men we know, we all came into this world with. They didn't determine that women should be the lower or the weaker link, and we came to meet it. But as Jesus told us, he said, you can even live with your enemy if you love them. But take care of yourself first. So if you are in an abusive relationship, if you are in something that is troubling you, don't let that become a bitterness and a hatred you have for men. It is just that individual. It could have been a woman who did that to you. When they say women are their own enemies, there can be some wicked men too. So it's about individuals, and that's how we must see it. If we can see this in our mind like that, that if someone does something to you, it's just that individual. It is not about all women. If a man hurts you, it's just that man. Walk out of that if you wish. But have an appreciation for who men are and what God created them to be. A woman cannot be a man, neither can a man be a woman. So there is nothing to fight for about. We can all coexist and love each other and appreciate each other and share with each other. Just look out for yourself. You can be in a friendship with somebody, you realize that this person is cheating me all the time. You have permission to leave that relationship or stay in. It all depends on you. We must begin to see it like that. And life will be plain as simple. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nanaya. So there was a question earlier. How do we appreciate the labor of women, and how do women empower themselves? We'll take that answer. Anyone? Then we'll go for the next batch of questions. Okay, the Queen Mother's issue. Oh, I thought she made it. Oh, okay, fine. Yes, so, because the Queen Mother made a call that we need to make sure that their representation at the regional and national house, and I agree. That one I agree totally. We need them there. Yes, so how do we appreciate women?
Okay.
The labor of women.
I really want to ask, because I'm aware that we have women chiefs. So I'm asking the question because I need to know, aren't they sitting in the House of Chiefs? We have women chiefs. Don't they sit in the House of Chiefs? They don't. No. Yo, Mati.
So how do we appreciate the labor of women?
For me, okay, I'm going to make enemies. We need to pay women more. We need to pay women more. We need to pay women more. I thought I would get a hand clap, standing ovation. You know?
Why?
There's no, I'm often embarrassed when I go to a hotel and I'll ask the housekeeper, how much are you making a month? I pay my housekeeper double the amount that woman is making, and she only comes 2 days a week. So I'm like, something wrong. You need to pay women more. I can't even see it, how this woman can take care of a family on that kind of money. Okay, of course, people, she steals. What do you expect her to do? She got to feed some people. We need to pay women more. That's how you appreciate women. Pay them more. Money. Much more.
Okay. It's 10 minutes past lunchtime. Yo. All right, let me take the next batch of questions. Yes, in your zone. So the microphone is at the back there.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Techich and Wisdom, and I'm the international president for the African Law Student Association. So my question is based from a personal experience. So I have worked under a man who is a leader and also a woman who is a leader. So most of the time, when we talk about women empowerment, we should also try and address these kind of issues. When a woman climbs to the top, they seems to be very powerful, because I have witnessed a woman who is a leader humiliating her colleague in public. And I've also got the opportunity to also work with, a man. And I know majority of us here can testify that working with a man is more comfortable than working with a woman.
You don't like peace. You like violence. And you get the violence served hot before your lunch. So what statistics shows that most of us will agree? Do we agree? Okay, Chairman. So that's your experience.
Yeah, so that's my experience.
So say your experience.
So
okay, we beg. Relax. Let him flow, please.
So when we talk about women empowerment as well, so we should also try and encourage the women that when they get to the top, they should be actually to be comfortable to be working with. So that's my humble suggestion. Thank you.
So my counter to that is that I've done journalism for over a decade. Please, silence, please. I've done journalism for over a decade. My first editor was a woman, second editor a woman, all in different companies. In fact, my current news editor is a woman, and I enjoy working under them. Because
Praise the Lord.
When they realize potential, they don't see you as a threat. But the man sees you as a threat. So the man would want to do everything to make sure that, hey, you don't come. But the woman is like, hey, you are good, though. Go and do it. But that's my personal experience.
Thank you.
The way she has waited for the microphone, I'm really scared. But please, quickly.
No, don't be scared. My name is Nancy. I'm the registrar of Pecky College of Education. I just want to add to what all of us were saying. In life, you will face hindrances. And you should know your aim. Know what you want. A little bit of myself, I got married immediately after sixth form. Stayed at one place, raising children and marrying. So after 10 years, I told myself, no, Nancy, go back to school. So I took my certificate and I went to the University of Ghana Business School. I did diploma 2 years, waited, did degree 2 years, waited, did MPhil 2 years. Now, as I'm talking to you like this, it wasn't easy. There were so many hindrances around me, from families, husband's family, taking care of 3 children. My last born was 2 years when I went back to school. For all these years, I never slept on Legon campus once. But you see, I told myself that I will be who I want to be. Okay? And so, The hindrances were coming. At times I have to fall, and when I fall, I rise up, clean myself, and move on. You see? And so the hindrances will be there everywhere. Not only men, your own friends, your own family people. So what I want us to put in our mind is that set your mind on something and tell yourself, I will pay the price for it. Pay the price. Cry. When you cry, when it's time for you to cry, share the tears, clean your face, dress up, and move on. And with God, you will definitely get there.
Amen.
Today, my husband and his family, they are all enjoying me because I'm somewhere today. My children,
full
the
package.
same. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You know what? We can continue till but we are out of time. And so please, we'll reserve the rest for the when you meet them, ask them the questions. Accost them with your questions and tell them that Joshua did not allow you to talk. So you catch them and ask questions. But ladies, thank you so much. We've really come on, put your hands together for them. Woo! I think next time we should start the panel discussion at 10 a.m. so that we can exhaust the issues. Because as there is things on the hearts of people. You want platform to air? Come and pay at GH1. I'll make you air them. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Daniel, please. Hey, Asha photo. Oh, please. I didn't know there was a photo up. Then after the photo up, Daniel will be giving us the vote of thanks, and then we'll take the closing prayer from the very Reverend Kwate Papafio, after which we'll just proceed to have lunch, network, and then hasta la vista. All right. Please, we shine the photo. Have I positioned myself well? Hey, and I gotta be a part of this. Please clap for the panel. This panel is panel. Gender imbalance, but we are okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together one more time. Daniel will give us the vote of thanks, and then Reverend Kwate Papafio, please, you give us the closing prayer right after Daniel does that. Yeah. I'll take it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our panelists. Great job they have done. My name is Daniel, the MC. You can always find me on Instagram. Let me use the opportunity to do small marketing. So when it comes to weddings, birthday parties, corporate events, English Chi Ewe, we are good to go. Daniel _THE_MC, and we are good to go. First of all, I want to thank God Almighty for this wonderful program. We want to thank the organizers for making this possible and making it lovely. We also want to thank our panelists, our queen mothers, our ministers of state, and of course, you, the lovely ladies in the house. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. I want to also thank the technical guys, the media team, those serving the food, the ushers, and everybody that has been part of this. And to the gentlemen, thank you for supporting this idea. When tomorrow morning the cock crows, you will know that it is this wonderful group of ladies that are saying thank you for coming. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we all rise for the closing prayer? To God be the glory, great things he hath done. So lovely the world that he gave us his Son, who yielded his life an atonement for sin, and opened the life gate that all may go in. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear his voice. Praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give him the glory. Great things he has done. Let us pray. Indeed, our God and our Father, you have done great things for us today. Our hearts are rejoicing in you because you have done it again. We thank you for the life of your daughter, Anaya, even for the vision you gave her, for inspiring her by the power of your Holy Spirit. And Father, the seed you sowed in her heart, in her mind, today we have seen it sprout. And so even as we thank you for it, we pray that you water this seed for us. That as she goes forward, as we all go forward, you water it for so that it will grow and bear fruit that will last. Father, we thank you for the success of today's program. We have heard a lot. We have said a lot. We are only praying for the wisdom. We are praying for the patience, the courage, and all the resources we need to be able to implement whatever we've said here. Father, we pray that you continue to be with us so that next year by this time we can meet again and say that indeed, our God, you are great and you've done great things. Even as we depart from here, we pray, our God, that you continue to be with us. We are not leaving your presence because we know that your divine presence never leaves us. So, Father, continue to be with us. Let us dream dreams, and even as we dream these dreams about the empowerment of women and gender equality and all that, Father, give us grace so that these dreams will come to reality. We thank you for answered prayer. And we believe that you are going to glorify yourself and bless us. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate the very Reverend Porter Pelpuo. So, it's been an exciting one. Oh, did you have fun today? Please don't leave yet.